It was so pretty, the drive up there, and on the way back we tried to go see Niagara Falls, but the damn traffic was so... You can...
Oh, this can't be good.
Who are you?
If we speak, so you listen?
I only seek the truth.
Bloody hell. Is that me? That's a cheap trick.
I think this one is mine. I ought to face myself.
Hell just came out of that shadow.
It's working. Keep at it.
The shadow's got its strength back.
Don't let the ooze get back to its shadow.
Hell's balls! That's enough.
I'm right here, you know. Ghosts are dangerous, and I've no reason to show mercy. This thing is mine. I can sure as hell try. No, not anymore. I'll take care of this thing. Bloody shadow. Yeah? Well, I rebuke his. This thing is mine.
And Tia died to help New Eden. And still we fight this curse.
What more do you want from us?
not messing about, am I?
You won't do that again.
Wasn't expecting to fight myself today.
Bloody hell, that stings!
Come on, man, get yourself together.
No, I don't think we will.
Why now? Oh, this can't be good.
Who are you?
If we speak, so you listen?
I only seek the truth.
Bloody hell. Is that me? Is that cheap trick? I'm not messing about, am I? What the hell just came out of that shadow?
It's working. Keep at it.
Come on, get yourself together.
can't fast forward this part.
I never wanted this. I hate the very thing I've become. Blasted pest. No, not anymore.
Oh shit.
Your strikes do nothing. This just won't do. Damn you. I need to be the one to face it.
Kill this bitch. Damn it. Can't get out of there.
Can I join in too?
Tia died to help New Eden, and still we fight this curse.
What more do you want from us? Her name is Deborah.
Get the goop! Get the goop! Get the goop.
The shadow's got its strength back.
Don't let the ooze get back to its shadow.
Oh my god.
Hell's balls!
And everything that is in the earth shall.
Lord help me. Then you can't upgrade nothing. Fuck. $35, $160. $33. Wrath is hate. There's too many negatives. Strength is higher. Health is higher. Let me try this. Alright, let's try this shit.
Oh, this can't be good.
Skill.
I only seek the truth.
Bloody hell. Is that me? What's that cheap trick?
Damn, that shit didn't do nothing. Bitch. You stupid ass bitch.
I'm not messing about, am I? What the hell just came out of that shadow?
It's working. Keep at it.
Come on, man. Get yourself together.
Boy.
I'm not messing about, am I?
I think this one is mine.
Goop, nigga, goop.
I never wanted this. I hate the very thing I've become.
Oof, oof, oof.
You won't do that again.
Goof, nigga, goof. Goof, nigga, goof, goof.
Nobody. Once more with feeling.
And Tia died to help New Eden. And still we fight this curse.
What more do you want from us?
Oh, damn it, you niggas.
Now you sound like my old pal of beast.
Wasn't expected to fight myself today.
No, I don't think we will. Look to me. This is going to vex me.
Oh, they jumping me. Goof, nigga, goof, goof. What the hell?
Enough. Can we please get out of here?
Get out of here. I'm trying to upgrade.
That was awful. This trial. It was as if Deborah wanted us to face what she had faced. But all I feel is beaten.
I feel judged. Like I'll never be understood again. Justice miscarried here.
Of course. That's it. I know what that was. Such spectre of injustice has a name. The mythical infamy. I've only read about them. They're so rare, most think them a myth.
Haskell's cowardice is to blame. To save his own arse, he condemned a woman he knew to be innocent.
And so a terrible ghost was born, and sickness piled on sickness. Haskell has so much to answer for.
I feel something close. Seems to be stuck.
the hell I get over there? Keep going.
That down there, it was. I was tense. I was impatient.
Me too. That infamy really got to us.
Years of anger coursed through me. Yet now I can't even remember why.
Me neither. This is what an infamy does. It's over now. We're here.
I said something to hurt you. I'm sorry.
I forgive you. And I hope that you forgive me too.
Don't let me shoot it down.
Blessed is the man that hath not walked in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stood in the way of sinners, and hath not sat in the seat of the scornful.
Damn, what the hell y'all want? Playing video games, bruh. I don't need to work. Phew. Bless me. What? Can I put the gauge up?
One thing above all else, my friends, it... The Lord's promise of salvation from hell pleases them. The Lord's salvation from misery and sin here on earth does not.
This doesn't look like salvation from misery and sin.
The wicked pray for deliverance from the fires of hell, while piling the kindling high. They proclaim their love for their Lord, yet in his name they serve themselves. Their self-regard crumbles in the light of their hateful iniquities.
So true.
Mr. McCraith, my friend, I'm so glad you agree. Now, the wicked man never questions...
I have your answers.
What? Yes, good. Perhaps we should discuss this privately, if you'll give me just a moment.
It's quite the story. You might not wish to hear it. Neither may the good people here.
Please, this is not the time.
We want to hear the story. Let the Banisher speak.
Tell them, Red. Tell them good.
Aye. There's a story that starts with a question. A question for you, Governor. And maybe for all the good people of New Eden. If I give you a witch, will you do what you did to Deborah Comenius?
Comenius, say you? The school teacher walked with the devil and paid the appropriate price. That's the beginning of the history and also its end.
Is it, though? I've learned much about Deborah Comenius and what happened to her, and it tells a very different tale.
And what story, pray you, does it tell?
It tells the story of a woman, a teacher, living peaceably among friends, until there came a plague. In fear, the good people went to their governor. "The devil walks among us," they said, "and you must save us, or we will find someone who will." This governor knew he could not save them, but he could give them a witch. She would confess, or she would be judged.
Deborah Comenius was a witch, Mr. McCraith. She was the devil's tool, and worse, much worse.
You're a pompous coward, fearful of anyone different, as human as that is.
There must be a man to judge, or there is no order. A man to make the judgment, and a man to enforce it. Of all people, you know this.
I live and let live. I choose only for the dead.
I choose for the living. These people are sinners, sir, and must be led back to the light. This is my mandate, my duty.
Admit it. You toy with magic you don't understand.
You, sir, are jealous.
I, sir, am tired. I've done my job, fulfilled my contract, I've found the source of the curse. The poison below the well is no more, no thanks to you.
Aha! Poison it was, then. The weapon of the wicked, to weaken the people's will. What was it? Belladonna, hemlock, foxglove?
Betrayal. Truth unspoken. Secrets and lies. Wrongs, basically. Your wrongs. The wrongs you visited upon Deborah Comenius. The wrongs that led to her death.
She died at the hand of the body politic. She died at all our hands. Most of all, she died at her own.
She died because she would not submit.
'Twas not my plan to kill her, stupid, stubborn woman. Why did she not confess? I would have granted clemency. I would have shown her mercy.
I'm sacrificing you, bitch.
You had the power to stop the madness, but instead you chose to let it run all the way to its barbaric conclusion. You brought the curse down on New Eden. Then you called we Banishers in to fix your mistake. You boast of your knowledge of demons and spirits, but in truth, you master nothing. You're a peacock. All show and no meat. I'm not here today to bring justice. But this man, your governor, brought death to your doors. He deserves blaming. Don't do it.
Hell's bells!
No!
Friends, have I ever not served the interests of our community? Have I not protected you? Have I not loved you?
It's over for you, fat man.
Oh, Mara. Oh, God. To the living.
Death to the dead.
This is unfair.
Is the evil gone for good?
Far from it.
Then who will protect us?
I will. While Mr. McCraith fights the curse of New Eden, I will protect the people of the Harrows. Or at least, I'll try. Now let's all return to our homes and pray for forgiveness and the strength to bear the consequences of our actions. Your fee. One of the many debts my father left me.
You'd best put your own debts first, young Master Haskell.
Don't I know it?
I hate this place. Rest up, then please, let's get out of here.
You're angry. Can tell.
Of course you can. Aren't you angry?
I'm more disgusted. Disgusted by what we saw down there. The sins Fairfax Haskell committed in the name of his god. I hope they'll burn in hell. For that I hate myself.
Nothing, big brother.
What you up to?
Nothing. I just called mom and told her happy birthday.
Yeah.
Nothing can stand between us. Not even death.
Not even death.
The closer we get to my body, to the truth about what happened here, the stronger I feel. My senses rise. It's as if I can taste the silence, smell the scent of wood smoke, feel the warmth of your body, feel Deborah's wrath. I feel it as if it were my own. I know her rage. But that anger of mine, that fear, I thought when I left home, I'd left them behind.
Past is the past. You still get to choose your future. Times like this, old wounds can ache. Seems normal.
It's not just that. I thought I'd healed. I feel like I've taken 10 steps backwards. So much so that the sister I thought was gone for good seems to be winding her way back to me.
Your sister. Ayomide, wasn't it?
No. As a child, before I left Cuba, I had a friend. I chose to call her my sister. That night, the night I died, I dreamed of her. I dreamed of Calendre.
Did you go looking for her? Was she near him? It's not beyond the realm of possibility.
It's so far beyond the realm of possibility you wouldn't believe it. No, she wasn't there. But I heard her voice. I'd swear on it. How could that be?
Dreams can be vivid. Can be difficult to separate them from reality.
I was awake, Red.
What did you hear her say?
I don't know. I don't remember. I think she said we were family. Never to be divided.
She's after my job. She can't have it. I'm your family now. Nothing's tearing us apart.
No. Not even death.
Still angry?
Gloriously.
If you fuck with these people in any of the most least minor ways, they'll call the fucking Better Business Bureau and blow your shit up.
I know.
And they'll blow your, and then, people literally check that. I've got at least 10 accounts, on the.
Ceridian?
What do you mean, Ceridian?
Ceridian, what's wrong? I don't think she can hear us. We need to go back to the swamps.
You understand that? But it's a bird.
It's Ceridian, by way of the invisible, speaking through the crow.
Pity it doesn't work both ways. Imagine having a conversation with someone far away. Can you feel it? I have goosebumps.
The veil is tearing at the seam.
This isn't good.
Uneasy. Me too. If I bruise the bud so the specters inside show themselves, you could shoot them. Once freed, the ivy should quickly wither.
Thanks for the gardening tip.
We can get to that ivy from the other side. The wards have weakened.
Ceridian's power wanes.
Nobody's home. I can feel it.
Oh there! Where could they be?
Crows. They flock to that great tree up there. If I bruise the bud so the specters inside show themselves, you could shoot them. Once freed, the ivy should quickly wither.
Enjoying the target practice.
Like you need it.
Banishers are here.
Already? How unfortunate.
You called us.
Did I? I thought I had more time. In the end, it runs out for all of us. As I depart this old carcass, I leave no burning heart behind. Go or stay. To prevail, you must first set your heart at peace. When at last you face the nightmare, you must both be clear on what you want. You must.
What do you mean?
It is not for me to give you answers, only to prepare you for what awaits. Then we can all go to sleep. Seeker doesn't hate you, Rory. She's just not used to being trusted. Protect her. For me. You're too late, old mosshead, as ever. Time for peace. I forgive you, old man.
That corpse is gonna shoot.
Try this on for size.
That corpse is gonna shoot.
Piss off!
Take on, soldiers in charge!
The soldiers down!
I feel like a bloody target practice.
You're in its sights, Red.
Piss off! Bastard!
I'll get you it! I'll get you all!
Help me, I'm hot.
I think I heard the sound of a gun coming.
He's on my side! Listen to your elders, child. He's on my side! You skeleton!
Leave her alone! That corpse is gonna shoot.
You shall listen to your elders, child.
Old Mosshead is no more. He'll never drink from your skull now, will he? Another ancient promise broken. But what about me? How do I live now? You're all I ever had, and all I'll ever have. Can I set the world on fire now? I just want to see it burn. A pity. Farewell, then.
She took me in when my father... when no one else wanted me. She taught me to stand up straight.
Leave her be. For now.
I'm tired of all this death.
Want to talk about it?
I will do. What will become of Seeker now?
She'll try to make sense of her pain. Or perhaps she'll sit with it a while.
Or she'll try to kill it.
Grief knows no rulebook.
When I returned from the war, I walked the wet streets of London for a long time. All I could feel was my heart digging a hole deep inside my chest. After what I had seen, what I had done, I just wanted the pain to stop. I wanted oblivion.
You were at your lowest. We all live through our own rock bottoms. You pulled yourself through.
I drowned myself in ale. You're the one who pulled me out.
Poetic, if melancholic. What's going on, Red?
I feel lost. I can't even stand myself. I can barely stand to look at you. Something eats me from within. And it's growing. I don't know what's happening. I'm scared.
I scare me too. I am untethered from the world. But through you, I still feel like myself. I cling to this. The closer we get to my return, the further from life I feel. I care nothing for the living. I only care for what I can take from them.
You feel that way about me too?
No, of course not.
What are we doing?
We're reclaiming our world. The only way we can.
Are you sure this is what you want?
We made an agreement. Are you having second thoughts?
I don't know. Maybe.
Ceridian's death has changed things for you.
Yeah. She had power, purpose. She had love, and she still chose to leave. Maybe she's right.
Should we reconsider? It may not be too late to change our minds. But you must promise me, Red, whatever we decide, we stick to it. We cannot change our minds again.
I swear it, my love. This is it.
We've come this far, chat. We resurrecting her from the dead, bro.
I want this. I want this only real.
Stop.
I want to be with you in the flesh.
Our minds are set. We're going back.
Thank you.
Thank me when you're back.
If your loved one died, how many people would you sacrifice to bring them back? It's the question of the
Is it
day.
worse to lose your faith in your fathers than it is to lose faith in yourself? Those in the Harrows who lived would be wise to look inwards, to reflect, and then to pay penance. But none carry a greater burden than young Lamentation Haskell. How will he guide the faltering faithful when he has so little faith in himself?
Piss off!
I'm here, damn it.
What is lurking here?
Time to work, Banisher. If the map is correct, the treasure must be hidden nearby. The treasure is here somewhere.
Die, you bastard!
You shouldn't stay in there.
This is getting serious. I think I used to count my wolf kills on one hand.
Down, boy.
This must be Fear God's lair.
Hopefully his writing is still around. Remember the wicked will I felt earlier? The same spell is upon this.
We should find that ritual Seeker told us about. I've kept her notes about the hut location. Ritual of Unbinding. This must be it.
Yes. All you have to do now is repeat Fear God's prayer to get rid of a curse placed upon an item.
You are gone, I command you.
Move it!
Did we miss a few?
Get lost, won't you? They brought more friends. Away with you!
To end as one of the spectres you fought against your own life.
A fate met by many a holy man unable to let go.
remains call for a ritual and a lot of caution.
My voice commands you! Unveil!
They brought more friends.
Get rid of the other Spectre first. This isn't over yet. It's about to shoot.
I feel like a bloody target practice. Have a bit of this.
mindset of DMs, right?
What up, Chill? I'm on the phone. That's why I'm not talking. But I don't play Madden.
Starting to show their cards when they're, this Maduro,
Yes, yes, yes. So much crazy stuff going on around here. Goings on. Chill, you still here?
Who might you
looking
be?
at me like that for?
Credence Scudder, sir. At your service, sir.
Scudder? Are you brother to beloved Scudder?
Oh, no, nothing like that. He's my cousin. And who are you? Your lordship?
I'm the banisher, Red McCraith. And while I welcome your civility, you may call me Red.
The banisher that saved us from the beast! You, your lordship, are a hero.
Many fled New Eden because of the curse. Why did you stay?
Me? Oh, I don't know. I stayed because Cousin Beloved said so, I suppose. I always do what Beloved says. Things go better for me.
He's sweet, and lucky to have someone to take care of him.
You're a man of loyalty. You must believe in your community very much.
Do you mean people? Yeah. I love people. Really love them. Without people, oh, I'd be alone. When things are bad, best stick close to them you know, don't you think?
How are things going around here, Credence?
Well, you're asking me? That's so great. I don't know anything, but...
What did you think of Thickskin Newsmith?
Oh, she was very brave, sir. The bravest. She saved us all. Twice. I'm sure you did everything you could to save her. No one blames you. Probably.
Kate leads the camp now. How do you think she's doing?
Well, she tries her best, but it's not the same. She can't protect us like Thickskin did. We all know it.
Damn, I should have killed Kate.
How fares the camp by your measure?
Kate says we're to bury the dead and prepare to leave. I miss Thickskin, sir. I do.
A good day to you, Mr. Scudder.
God grant you the same, sir.
Squire Paris's door is a strong spectral presence.
Shall we?
We're closed.
Red McCraith, ma'am, at your service.
Ah, he who killed the beast. Well done.
Thank you. What's your name?
You may call me Jane.
Where's the older gentleman I met before?
He died. I was out hunting, and when I came back, his spirit had gone. It was wrong to leave him to die alone.
His ghost now haunts you. But you know that, right?
Leave his spirit alone, Banisher.
It's no small thing to be haunted.
It's no small thing to be dead. The Squire has always protected me. That's more than I can say for most people. Now I'll do the same for him.
Dear Jane, too kind.
Squire Paris, sorry to see you this way.
Not as sorry as I am.
I'm a banisher, you know. I could help you, both of you. That's what I do.
I don't know. This is new to me. Jane stands by me, though I'm dead. Oh, remarkable woman.
You've only ever stood by me. Now, Banisher, we have work to do, as I'm sure do you, elsewhere.
You want to be rude to me. Not good. I'll kill your boys, your ghost boyfriend. I didn't.
What?
Thought Biggs was going live. PM.
Now to Chicago's West Side. Pastors and homeowners there say they're being hit with property tax increases so steep they could push families out of their homes. Bills have doubled, even tripled, with the West Garfield Park neighborhood seeing a 133% spike. NBC5's Christian Farr has their story.
I was able to go out and hustle, put my life on the line, driving Uber.
We must
to pay my property tax.
Many Westside residents and clergy gathered outside of the Cook County Assessor's office to express outrage after their property tax bills skyrocketed.
I'm guessing from your rigging that, like Mr. McRae here, you're a banisher.
It's just a few
Antea Duarte. Yes, I'm a banisher. Red can see you, by the way.
He can? Oh, interesting. Being dead, it seems, comes with a whole new set of rules, and I do not wish to learn them. As I'm sure you're aware, someone, somewhere, has made a mistake. Several mistakes, in fact.
Oh, aye?
Yes. I'm not supposed to be dead, and even if I were, I shouldn't be here talking to you. I seem to be haunting Jane. I'd like to implore you to do whatever it is you do and send me on my way.
How did you die?
My heart gave up on me. I felt a terrible pain in my chest. My head spun, the world tilted, then it all slowly faded away to nothing. My heart gave up, and who could blame it? Poor me. I died alone. But I died with dignity. At least there's that.
Had someone been there, they likely couldn't have helped.
True. Still, some company would have been nice.
Do you have any unfinished business that could be keeping you here?
Business was my trade. Trade was my business. But I'm not here because of unsold stock. I must be here for Jane. She was my bodyguard. The contract was informal, but we obeyed it to the letter. For my part, for years I helped to track a group of mercenaries known as the Hummingbirds.
Go on.
I'd rather not. Jane's proudly Pinnacle, and her story is her own. She'd tell it to you before she tells your man. She doesn't much trust white men.
I'm shocked. Keep talking.
Before we left New Eden Town, Jane had a secret. She was working on a map. I suspect she was up to something dangerous.
Unfinished business. I'd like to see that map.
If you look behind me, you'll find her quarters. Be discreet. I've betrayed her trust enough.
Does not reflect the atmosphere to the sound of war.
How do you rebuild a life after such horror?
With help. And Squire Paris seems willing.
I wonder about the epidemic. Was it a local disease or something else?
She's very defensive about that particular patch of forest.
Like you with the blanket when the night is cold.
Jane doesn't trust her boss.
We should poke through the squire's books.
I think I already read that. Gotta talk to him then, probably. No? Missing something.
Jane.
Banisher?
Is the widow Hake doing better? How's the food?
It's steak for supper. I jest. It's soup. And I'm sure Prudence in her kitchen interests you not.
On the contrary. But she's not in her kitchen. She's not at home at all.
She likes to wander in the woods.
How is she? Has she seemed herself lately?
She had a toothache. I gave her gallnuts to ease the pain.
From losing her husband?
Prudence lost her husband many moons ago. Her grief is healed. Her teeth still hurt.
Prudence is well lettered. Where was she educated?
She never said. She likes stories. When I speak of the war, she writes it down.
Which war?
Take your pick.
May I see your wares?
You may even buy them, if you have the coin.
If you had the coin.
I'll leave you. Thank you for your time.
Wait. Prudence is my friend. If she is in trouble, I want to know it.
No trouble, exactly. Kate's just worried about the food.
Help Prudence if she needs it. If you can.
Still locked, bruh. I looked at all this. There's something I'm missing. Should I do that one? I don't know. I ain't able to take my strength down. Oh, fast travel. Damn, the news coming in so fast.
Bills that I got. And this one is 11,000. This one is 12,000. The other ones are 7,000. And I have more. And with these, and I'm supposed to come up with this money by the 15th. You have the poorest people in the poorest neighborhoods with the largest increase. The Reverend Marshall Hatch and others say communities like West Garfield Park face a 133% increase in their property taxes. Last month, the Cook County Treasurer's Office confirmed that this would be the largest property tax increase in 30 years.
We are just as upset and believe that it's unjust that the board review continues to shift on the burden to homeowners in particular by giving large reductions and breaks to commercial businesses in the loop.
The assessor's office is pointing the finger at the Cook County Board of Review, which hears property tax appeals. But at least one of its commissioners says the assessor's recent increases are overreaching.
He's over-accessed those properties, and he can lower them. He's done it for the northern suburbs, and he can do it for West Garfield Park, Lawndale, and other African-American communities.
The people who review those assessments, they need to come together and give blanket
So we got to talk about the black pastors of Chicago
who are still boo-hoo-whining and crying about Democrats increasing their property taxes. Which, by the way, I mean, I don't blame them for being upset, right? The whole point of me making this video is that I think they are directing their anger at the wrong people, okay? Because they're now protesting outside of Trump Tower. Yes, they're protesting outside of Trump Tower, trying to find a way to blame Trump in a roundabout way for why is it that Democrats decided to raise their property tax. Yes, this is a demonstration of very low IQ. The clips that I'm about to play for you guys. So I apologize ahead of time if you are offended intellectually by what you're about to hear. Take a look.
Faith leaders gathered with community members outside of Trump Tower this morning to protest property tax hikes. They're calling those hikes a modern-day land grab that's devastating the west and south side. They met at Trump Tower because they say that building's property taxes were reduced, while people living in West Garfield Park in North Lawndale saw their taxes go up as high as 133%. They are condemning the Cook County assessor and the Board of Review for what they call targeted property tax hikes on poor and working class families. Faith leaders say this is a moral crisis, not just a financial problem, and they will not back down.
Because for those of us in places like West Garfield Park, with a 133% increase, Lawndale with a 99% increase, Inglewood with an 80% increase.
Should be worried about the people you put in office, bro. Steady screaming Donald Trump when it's your governor.
And on the west side, we get the tax bill. Poor residents.
Your governor, mayor.
Unfortunately, this is a blue state, and many of us have supported these elected officials.
The religious leaders point the finger at the Cook County Assessor's Office and the County Board of Review for giving places like Trump Tower a break. Now, the Cook County Assessor, Fritz finger elsewhere, saying, quote, these property tax increases hitting South and West Side homeowners are flat out unfair, and they're the direct result of huge cuts that the Board of Review commissioners gave to large corporations.
Yeah, so you've seen that, you heard that, right? This is the result of financial illiteracy, ignorance in regards to how things work, how the property tax system in Chicago and in Cook County actually work. Because if they understood why they are paying more taxes, or the South Side neighborhoods are paying more taxes, however, the downtown property on the surface are paying less taxes. If they actually understood why that's happening, then they would not be protesting at Trump Tower, right? They would be protesting Democrats and Democrat policies, which have driven businesses out of the city. So let me explain how this works, because apparently these pastors don't know how to use Google, right? They don't know anything, but they're out here boo-hoo-whining and crying, but they don't know what they're crying about, right? And again, that's the problem here. I think maybe, just maybe, some of their churches should consider contributing, right? Contributing to the overall taxes that people are paying, and maybe that can help give Chicago residents a break, right? If that's what they're really concerned about, is their constituents paying so much in taxes. Again, churches paying their fair share, who knows? Maybe their church should chip in, and, it can help out, because what's happening here is that Chicago's tax system is levy-based, okay? It's not rate-based, okay? Chicago does not say that everybody's going to pay X percent. Basically, what they say is that, hey, we need X millions of dollars in taxes this year, and they essentially divide that across property owners based on their assessed value. So what happens is if downtown values go down, right? So property values in downtown go down, like, for example, Trump Tower, right? If that property value goes down, the assessed values go down, then they collect less tax revenue from those businesses, right? Those businesses. The reason why is because their value has gone down. Why is their value going down? Well, the value is going down because Chicago is not a good place to do business, okay? Businesses are leaving because they're taxed heavily, they're regulated heavily, crime is out of control in downtown. Nobody wants to do business there. So because of Democrat policy, you have businesses leaving, and because you have businesses leaving, the property values are going down. And when the property values go down, there's less taxes that you can actually collect because their values aren't what they used to be. So what happens is that, hey, those taxes still need to be paid. They still need to collect
X billions of dollars in taxes every single year. They got to collect it. They refuse to stop spending money. They got to spend money on the illegals, right? So they say, hey, we still need money. We can't really get the money or as much money as we used to from the businesses due to the fact that their values are going down, right? Their property values are declining. So now we have to tax everybody else, right? We now have to make everybody else's bills go up because of the fact that they don't have that much money they can extract from the businesses, the commercial properties. So if you understood this, if you really look into it and understand why this is happening, you would understand that, hey, protesting the property whose value has gone down as a result of Democrat policy, that's not what you should be doing. Right? They didn't really give Trump a tax cut. That's not what they did. They just legally owe less taxes because their assessed value went down, right? It's not Trump's fault that office vacancies are at record highs, that many buildings are losing tenants or going empty, that properties are being reassessed down 30 to 50%. Many building owners are winning tax appeals. Some landlords are not paying, right? So again, when you have properties being reassessed down, legally they owe less tax. The tax base shrinks. So what these people should be protesting for are pro-business policies.
This isn't over yet.
Attract more entrepreneurs, attract more businesses back to the city, back to downtown, get tougher on crime, right? To loosen up regulation. They should be protesting at the mayor's office, at the Cook County tax office. They should be protesting there for the people.
Oh, shit.
In order to get better taxes so that businesses come back. And when those businesses come back, then guess what? They pay the taxes. And when they pay the taxes, guess what? The neighborhood to the south side, for black folks, they don't have to put the bill. But what happens is you have these tax-rich politicians in office when they run away from the state. And people are stuck. They don't have the money to leave. They're not holding back, right? They're not holding back. But for whatever reason, these pastors are so ignorant that they don't understand that that's the problem. It's not Trump. Trump got a job for free. It's just peak stupidity. It's peak stupidity. I can't believe that these are individuals that are leading black folks, right? Black people, we need better leaders. Black leaders that are financially literate, right? Financial literacy should be the number one quality that people look for in a leader. Anybody that you listen to, that you take advice from, that you look up to as somebody that is going to lead a large group of people, at the very least, at the very least, they need to be financially literate. People should look for in a leader, okay? So, with that being said, what is woke man Brandon Johnson doing in the meantime? Well, he's race hustling, right? He's race hustling, pretending as if he's this pro-black mayor and, helping illegal immigrants, funneling black people's money, okay? That, again, they're paying for it. They're paying those property taxes, okay? Funneling black people's money into the pockets of liberal nonprofits to help out illegals is, again, it's a pro-black thing.
The deal with ICE. And Dion and I were talking about what you've done with the police department and just the way you've handled them. Okay, just live in Did you do it that way? And what's your advice for other mayors and other, people who got sworn in? My wife, I love her dearly. 27 years of marriage. Shout out to my wife, Stacey Nicole.
Fuck you, Brandon Johnson. I don't know why they hired your ass.
So they're buses coming in from the south. And then we had wildfires in Canada. So you had all the smoke coming into Chicago. And then we had a torrential rainfall, the largest rainfall in like 30, 40 years. Yeah, I was trying to tell you. I was like, should we get out of here? And luck is coming into the pit. The advice that I would just offer up is that,
our democracy is severely under attack, and the only way we're going to save this democracy is if officials and we find out what our collective strength is, and then we use it. Donald Trump is using ICE as his private militarized police force. This is a wicked attack to just test out to see how far tyranny can go. And if we're not careful, and if we don't push back and use executive orders, legislation, take it to the streets, the courts, if we don't use everything that black people use to get us free, in the words of Sin K, we're going to find ourselves subjugated to tyranny, and then we're going to look up and figure out how it happened. But one thing that I know for sure, not in Chicago.
Say,
Yeah, so this so-called pro-black mayor, right, is running around, right, in the middle of obstructing ICE from deporting illegal immigrants, gang members, thugs, criminals, rapists out of the black community, right? But again, this guy is pro-black, right? Bragging about sending all of this money, millions of taxpayer dollars to help illegal immigrants, little nonprofits that don't benefit black people. And this guy, from all three, has been very anti Brandon Johnson. He is going to expose Mayor Johnson in this podcast. He's going to talk about this guy, right? And the only reason he's doing this whole pro-black thing is because he's in the tank and he's been a disaster. So I'm going to let's go ahead and get into this.
Mayor walks in the house, and the first city council meeting he does is to start $50 million.
Hey, more fun.
This is where black shit didn't happen until the money. And let's be clear, y'all want to go to the back. Y'all want to go back. Let's go back to when he was building.
I feel like a bloody dog. Piss off.
At the same time, Brandon Johnson has not done one thing for black people since he's been in office. And he only started talking that pro-black shit when the money ran out. When the migrant shit started dying down, now it's pro-black. But you put $500,000 in a commission to study reparations, and you gave over $1 billion and kept sounding it off. And on top of that, the $1 billion that you spend on migrants, how much did you get for black people since you're pro-black? Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it, Chicago.
To manage the shelters, to do transportation, to do child care. There are no black child care providers that can watch migrant kids. There's no transportation providers that can transport migrants. That's $1 billion out the window in 18 months. When have you seen that type of investment in black people? If you want to let's talk about it. Where are the real investment gone? The teachers union got what they asked for. That's why they put them there. Get us the contract we want. Get rid of the superintendent, put a superintendent in there, and the new to move for a payday loan. And she got in there and she said, "No, Brandon, I ain't moving this for."
If the map is correct, the treasure must be hidden nearby.
Yesterday, his hand-picked president of the Chicago Public Schools just had a secret meeting to raise our property taxes again after they just raised in November. You didn't see that? You didn't see that secret meeting that happened yesterday? Look it up. So you can't keep talking about this pro-black stuff because it's all bullshit. His real agenda has been the teachers' union agenda, and they adopted the migrant agenda. But black people were never on that list, and black people ain't got shit in the last 3 years. And if they did, I would be the biggest champion. Okay. Because this ain't my.
Yeah, they got something, right? They got an increase in their property tax. They got a tax bill. That's what they got out of it, right? But everybody else, the legal immigrants, the teachers union, all of Brandon Johnson's liberal friends, right? The nonprofits, they got paid. They benefited. Eventually, these people are going to learn, right? Maybe, I don't know. Get to the point now in my faith that a lot of these people, but they're just not smart enough, not educated enough, or willing to educate themselves enough to actually learn about how stuff works. And when you learn about how stuff works, you understand that, hey, my problems are not with Trump Tower. Hey, with Trump. Trump ain't got nothing to do with the property taxes in Chicago, right? It's the Democrats and their policy. And when you realize the Democrats and their policy, you need to Vote them accordingly, right? Vote them out of office. Stop voting for blue no matter what. Everybody running Chicago is a Democrat. Mayor's a Democrat. The Cook County tax office full of Democrats, all elected. And the people have the power to change it, but for whatever reason, they just can't go for the same
The
thing.
mountains must be
And then
rich,
they're
you know.
behind the crowd about their taxes
Looks a bit
going up. Well,
rickety.
yeah, that's what happens.
It's built for a team.
The people
One
who
man
actually do
alone
pay
should
the
be
taxes,
fine.
right? Who pay all
Should
their
be.
taxes. When the money ain't there no more, and the money still has to be spent, and the politicians say, hey, we're not cutting spending because we still want to spend money on illegals and a bunch of stuff that we don't need, yeah, your taxes are going to go up. You're left holding the bag. But tax the rich, though. Hey, tax the rich.
Stupid.
These people, man, you gotta understand how stuff works. You need to arm yourself with financial literacy. It is the most important thing for an individual to understand. And once you understand financial literacy, okay, the world opens up. Right? You understand how stuff works because money, right, is essentially a driver of almost everything, right, including politics and culture, right? That's what people gotta understand. When you understand that, then you understand how to vote. You should vote in accordance with what is going to maximize financial prosperity for everybody, okay, in an area. That's how you should vote. And high taxes does not do that. The government is not good in distributing resources. So, what do you guys think? Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe.
Black conservatives perspective. Chicago, you got to do better and stop with this pro-black bullshit. You're never gonna win like that.
If I ever find that son of a bitch Dr. Bird who told me to start using beef fat on my face instead of all those moisturizers from the stores that are including all the... Is it true, Evan?
White House laser focused on affordability as Trump softens tariff strategy. Okay, so there's two stories like, well, you know, the affordability is just a Democrat hoax. It's not a real thing. No one's really dealing with that. It's just a bunch of BS. But behind closed doors, apparently, guys, we got to get this affordability thing scored away as we're going through this next phase. So the Trump administration is ramping down tariffs for even more goods as the White House zeroes in on its messaging around affordability. The White House announces Wednesday that tariffs slated to kick in Thursday as furniture, kitchen cabinets, and vanities would be postponed for another year. This indicates that on some level, the White House understands that President Trump's tariffs are driving up consumer prices and that Trump and the Republican Party are incurring substantial political damage from higher prices. Michael Strain said the White House slapped a 25% tariff on furniture, kitchen cabinets, and vanities in October. Tariffs on furniture were slated to increase to 30% in January, and tariffs on the cabinets and vanities were set to increase to 50%. But they're trying to figure out something going on here with affordability. Tom, your thoughts on the story?
Well, first of all, we were correct. We talked about this, and we said that the tariffs, we said at the beginning of the year, they would be tactics, not taxes. And guess what? All the economists come out so surprised. Oh, well, you know, it really hasn't gone up and it hasn't been as inflationary as we thought. Even the Fed, Jerome Powell, you know, the short timer who's about to lose his job, has said that. And what's happening this week is the president is talking more about affordability to kind of take the messaging back from the Democrats who keep saying, oh, it's inflationary, inflationary. If you look at one of the things that was happening this week, it was a bunch of pre-made construction stuff. These are things that, you know, average Americans buy every week, not vanities, kitchen cabinets, you know, higher-end furniture. Come on. Those aren't the things that people are buying every week, and that's not what tariffs aren't going to cause inflationary. As a matter of fact, he moved on some agricultural tariffs that were in Italy, and it took the tariffs down to 1.2% on certain Italian pastas. So the pastas that are coming in, it was less than 1/7 of our sales tax. So what's happening right now, point one, the president hears these messages Democrats are trying to push on affordability. So now he's fighting back saying, hey, it wasn't inflationary in the first place. And I'll tell you what, let me suspend this tariff over here, this tariff here that was on kitchen vanities, cabinets, and things that you would use for remodels. And Americans aren't really doing that right now, right? There's not a lot of remodeling going on. You see the quarterly reports from Home Depot and Lowe's, but energy is down, heating oil is down for the winter, and also he just did like what he did on the imported Italian pasta, make it like a 1% tariff coming over there. So he's getting the joke that he can't just say to the microphone, oh, affordability is a headline issue that's being spun by the Democrats. No, there's some reality to it because the prices haven't come back down from Biden inflation. And so now the White House and the president are out there speaking to it to counter the message of the Democrats. And yes, certain things like Italian pastas came down a little bit.
Jeff, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, this is not a messaging thing. The fact that they tried to treat it as a messaging problem shows that they're still kind of out to lunch.
You're saying it's a real thing?
It is absolutely a real thing. The original problem here that Republicans had specifically is they came in, last year, or the year before, sorry, it's 2025 or 2026 now. They came in the year before and said, we're going to bring prices down. Well, in economics, prices don't go down. That was a mistake to begin with. When prices went up back in 21 and 22, that was a permanent change. You can't go backwards. Every supply shock in history, prices go up in a step fashion, and then they level off where they are at a new step fashion, or the new equilibrium, and they stay there. So what Republicans should have said is, you want to blame Biden for that? Fine. Biden made you poorer. Now we're going to try to fix it. Not by getting prices to go down, because they will not go down. They should have been clear on that. Prices will never go down again. We are never going to see 2019 prices again. So what we're going to try to do is our absolute best to make sure the jobs market is as strong and as resilient as matching the rhetoric coming from all these different economists in the Federal Reserve. So that what happens is, what should have happened, if we had a strong economy, that you have prices that went up in 21 and 22, or 20 back then, 5 years ago, and then incomes rise to, first of all, meet prices and then exceed them.
What happens first? What happens first? Income goes, cost of goods goes up first, then income rises? What is the typical?
It has to, in this case, because prices were forced higher by government action, it was a non-economic.
Income has to be forced to increase.
Income should naturally go. If there was a actual recovery from the pandemic and the lockdowns, then incomes would naturally rise over enough time that it would equalize with the prices from 21 and 22, and then exceed them. So that even though, the cost of a car is now $50,000 instead of $30,000, right, you have more than enough income to pay for it. And so we all get used to the new higher prices, and it doesn't become a major problem.
But is that happening?
No, that's the problem. What really happened was prices went up massively in 21 and 22, and incomes never caught up. This is what people are talking about when they talk about inflation and affordability. It's not about the price of, a dryer or something that's gone up in the last year. It's the price of everything that went up 5 years ago, and incomes never went up enough for people to claw back.
Whose fault is that too? How do you address it?
First, whose fault is that? Yeah. It's the government's fault. They created the pandemic and the lockdowns, and then because of the pandemic,
under Biden, when they did the pandemic and the lockdown,
you got to keep forgetting it was also Trump.
It was the spending was on both sides.
Spending was on both sides. The lockdowns,
was on both sides.
Yeah, it was both sides. I mean, you got to blame both sides for this part.
On lockdown,
sure, and spending and the printing.
Lockdown on
2020, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. That was in 2012.
Yeah, the lockdown, but it wasn't a. You're not talking about the lockdown that happened under Biden.
No, the repeated emergency pandemic measures. That was absolutely devastating. That's where really the price changes came from.
Right.
Because what happened is you had the economy starting to come back from lockdowns, so there's more demand that was rising, but at the same time, the supply side of the economy was hindered. All those emergency measures and logistics.
More money.
Not money printed. What happened was it's called a supply shock, which is an imbalance between demand and supply. So you have demand and supply that completely plummeted during the lockdown. When they came back, demand started to come back. Supply was restrained. People were home. They couldn't work. We couldn't get stuff shipped from overseas. So demand came back faster than supply. This is basic economics. What happens when demand is growing faster than supply is? The only way to reconcile those is prices have to rise. Think about it as an auction process. If you have an auction where a ton of people show up and there's only a couple sellers, the sellers are going to get huge prices for it. So because supply was restricted, that's why it's called supply shock, prices had to rise to meet for the rising demand. Now, what should have happened, what the government said was going to happen, was that we're going to do all these stimulus plans. We're going to give money to people. What that's going to do is that's going to temporarily stimulate the economy, so the process I talked about, where incomes would start to rise, and then slowly over time, they would offset and exceed price changes. But that never happened because stimulus never really actually stimulated.
How do you address it now?
How do you address it now is we got to get the labor market back working again, which means the economy needs to hit some kind of equilibrium coming off of that, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, where it was artificially stimulated in all the worst ways. Now it has to clear out all the bad stuff, including the stuff we're going to talk about here with fraud. I mean, fraud and government waste was a huge part of stimulating the economy, which is the worst way to try to create a sustainable economic growth pattern.
How you
You
get up?
don't create growth from waste and fraud and inefficiency and unproductivity. So we got to clean all that stuff out and let the economy start growing again. It's like the same reason why you cut back all your weeds in your garden. All the bad growth. You got to get rid of that. That's what recession's for.
So there's a couple things here. First of all, I agree that there was this cataclysmic jump in prices that happened under Biden. And you can argue whether it started at Trump, but you can certainly look at the charts, and it went nuts under Biden. And there's a lot of core products that probably aren't going to be able to come down. Energy is one where the president can help it get down. I mean, look what Biden did. Biden depleted the SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserve, to artificially drop gasoline prices in the
Which
face.
never happened. They used the SPR and it didn't actually get oil prices to go down.
Correct, but that's what he said he was doing.
Yeah.
Instead, it just depleted it. And so,
But again, that's all just messaging. So we need to do something to appear to be doing something.
correct.
That's
Well, he
really the
didn't
problem.
do anything. What Trump is doing something, and you can look at the price of gas outside of the blue states where they have the artificial cap taxes. Like California's got $1.90 cap tax on the true price of gas. So you take a look at what you pay, say, in Texas, Alabama, even New Jersey, and then put $1.90 on it, the California cap tax. That's why it's $100 in California, $2.99 in other states. So the president can push down on energy, but this president needs to talk about affordability to blunt what's happening with immigrants. That's the messaging thing. What you're saying, solution. I agree. The solution isn't messaging, but 1 year you're not going to have a 30% increase in American income. That is, by the way,
One more rope and it's done. I bet it's up there.
That's why it's going to happen over time. What I'm arguing for is that from the president political perspective, is that what they should do is be honest. They should just be honest and say, look, we're not going to get prices to go back. That's not how economics works. So that's we're not even going to try. That's not our goal here. Our goal here is to do.
Do you think any president would say, the other guy did it and I can't fix it? I'm not even going to try.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying is
He's not saying that. What he's saying is
we need to go in another direction.
What's not so saying is we're officially in a new reality.
New reality is $50,000 a year cars instead of $30,000.
Well, what do you do with that? How do you address that?
You're not going to get the cars to go to prices.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying to you. So when you say, so is the solution
the messaging? If you want to go to the messaging needs to be.
I'm not talking messaging. I could care less about messaging. What I care about is results. I want to find out, what do you do?
So strongest job market that we can possibly have. And that's the only way to get out of this, is to make sure that incomes grow in a fashion that pays for all of those price changes from 5 years ago. How do we get jobs growing again? We need a lot of things to take place, but among them is we need the banking sector to be more efficient and actually start making loans.
One more rope and it's done. I bet it's up there.
Most liquid borrowers out there. We need a more efficient banking sector. We need a more efficient monetary system. We also need, like I said, we got to get the government out of the economy. The government is the biggest impediment, because government is all fraud, waste, and inefficiency.
I agree with that, but you just... Did you hear me? Yeah, I agree with that, but you can't, fix every layer of the lasagna all at once.
I'm not arguing that we should. What I'm saying is the government should come to school and say, look, we're not going to focus on prices because that's a lost cause. They should be honest about it. That's a lost cause. Prices are not good. It's everything, just general prices.
Yes, you saw the article that came out saying with gas prices being where it's at right now, it's saving Americans $500 million. I don't know if you saw that number or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it is right now, which is the lowest it's been in 5 years. That's actually not a good thing.
What about deflationary innovation though? Like the way that a flat screen TV started off at $10,000 and now say it's $200. So there's examples of things going down.
In tradable commodities can go up and down in price, sure, but we're talking about goods that usually the economists use the term sticky. This is what sticky really applies to, which means that when prices go up, they tend to stay.
But the things that are killer though is like electricity, food, housing. Like I think those are the core things that people really get upset about if those are unaffordable. And I mean, I think the problem too is like, I think deficit spending in general is a bigger example of what happened during COVID. Like that M2 money supply chart I sent you around. Like, so this is the amount of money in the economy, and like obviously it went up a ton in 2020, but just the fact that we're spending like an extra $1 trillion than we actually have, like that's the creation of new money. I know it's not money printing; it's like the Treasury issuing new debt, but that's adding new money into the economy. That's artificially increasing demand. So, you know, of course, things are going to be more expensive, but we're like putting more money in the economy every year, and that's like such a waste of capital too. By the way, like the Fed created like an extra $9 trillion of money on its balance sheet, so that went to banks. So why aren't banks using those loans efficiently? Like, are they just sitting on that money?
Yeah, what they've been doing is buying U.S. Treasuries.
Right.
Because they're risk averse.
Yeah.
So we need risk taking in the economy, which can't happen because of all this other stuff.
I think one part that you talked about, which I agree with Rob, can you pull up the number of banks in the history of America over the years? How many we had and how many we are now?
Small banks.
That's exactly that. Small bank, just banks, total banks in America. Reports. But the question becomes of prices. Like you said, you know, flat screen TVs went from $10,000. You can buy a TV right now for $400 or $500. I can't believe how cheap it is right now to buy a. Yeah. So what does it say? It says 4,000 commercial banks in the U.S. 2023. Okay, so let's just say around 3917, according to FDIC. The number of banks peaked in the 20th century, with estimates typically around 30,400. 30,400. That's before the Great Depression. But even at 1980s, we had 14,000 banks. To go from 14,000 banks to 3917, no longer lending money to small business owners to start because the underwriting becomes tighter.
The lift should be free now.
I can see this happening, but you know the other part is as well where the incentive comes about. Let's not do cheaper cards, okay? More cost-effective cards. Let's develop wholesale that's going to be more cost-effective. How do you do that? Innovation. This is a time where innovation can really lead. But look at that chart right there. Look at that chart right there. Look at that. It's a whole story.
Consolidation.
Look at that. It's not good.
Yeah, it wasn't a contraction. It was a roll-up.
Yeah, it was a roll-up. That's exactly it. Consumer goods. Look how sudden it is from 1980. So why about that? It's general. It's not from 1980. If you look at the number, it's 60, 70, 80s, and then it drops.
Yeah, the reason why is because of international consolidation. You have international competition. So we internationalized the monetary system starting in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And by the 1980s, it became hyper.
Your beams look fragile.
You don't have a
Well, I
small
hope.
regional bank.
Would you rather climb?
Location.
If it were up to me, I wouldn't be here to begin
in that
with.
same location. Now you have large-scale banks in Switzerland and Japan and Asia competing with the large banks in Wall Street. And those are the only banks that they suck up all the money in Oxygen. So and it is a big bank. What do? You buy all the smaller ones. This is the cheapest way to continue to grow and scale.
The average person watching this, what can they do?
What can they do? I mean,
what can the average person do?
As far as you're talking about prices, the economy,
to fight against this,
the exception.
Last time I was here, we talked about is invest in yourself. Make sure that you are individually doing everything you can to maximize your own talent. So whatever prices are doing, whatever
you're not affected by it.
You are affected by it, but you're better able to handle it. If you're investing in yourself and raising your own income potential, then you can handle higher prices.
I agree.
Snow.
I mean, this is terrible.
Have we climbed higher or has the weather gotten colder?
The nightmare is at work. She's likely using the weather in New Eden to further isolate its
I'm hungry, yo.
And once the curse is lifted, the snow...
Hey, yo, B, I'm hungry.
I think so.
We got up in this thing. What about milk for? What did I need milk for? America. Get your money, get your money, black man. Get your money, get your money. Make me some real Roman, top Roman. Just gonna get like that. What does this ring do? What does no ring do? Finishing damage. Man, numbers look disgusting. It's a 3. So if I upgraded it, man, them numbers go crazy. Yeah, fine.
Ready and waiting.
Not today. Think I used to count my wolf kills on one hand. Did you hear that?
Yes. Nearby.
What's that? Mm-hmm. Where is it? What's up this for?
We can't change it. We can't go backwards. So let's be honest about it and deal with it moving forward.
To your point about wages, you've got a couple of things that are going to happen this year, and that you're going to hear headlines that are more and more talking about like job retraining and displacement. And you're going to hear going to the election, no, the labor market's actually better than people think, but we have some people in the wrong places and robots are taking over the warehouse jobs. So those people need different training and need to be other places. You're going to hear about displacement, geographic labor shortage, and job retraining, which is all messages that's true, but they're going to be trying to say, hey, better paying jobs are available here, here, and here. Because remember, it's election year.
Yeah, so let's go to this. And Jeff, I'm going to come to you with this one. The U.S. dollar set for the biggest drop of the decade after Trump's trade war. Again, we're on the same topic, but it's now the dollar. The world concerned is there a real issue here? They're not. Here's what it means for your wallet, folks that are listening. Okay, so let's go through it. Here's what it means for your wallet. Vic, if you need to do your thing, do it now because I'm going to go to Jeff first. Okay, yeah. So here's, since January, the dollar index, which measures the strength of the U.S. dollar against six major currencies, including the euro, yen, and the pound, is down about 10%. That's the biggest tumble for the dollar since 2017. Some everyday products are set to get more expensive at the same time. The dollar slump could help American companies sell more abroad. And if the poor job low are cover them in full. Economists point to two main drivers behind the slide. Donald Trump, global trade war, Federal Reserve 3 interest rate cuts for tariffs, the highest since 1930s, and averaging around 14 to 18% combined, with lower interest rates, have made the dollar less attractive to global investors, pushing its value down. For U.S. dollar, the most immediate downside shows up at the checkout counter when the dollar weakens and takes more cash to buy goods made overseas and reiterates usually passing those costs on to the consumer retail. That means imported products like iPhones, laptops, assembled abroad are more likely to see a price hike if the dollar decline continues. Clothes, shoes, furniture, and even new cars and replacement auto parts can also become more expensive, particularly when they're sourced from Asia or Europe.
Hate those things.
Wasn't your first.
Oh, there's a lot
Won't
there.
be your last.
And you're right in my wheelhouse, too.
Thank you.
There's a lot of misconceptions there. First of all, DXY Dixie is not the dollar index. It's the one that everybody knows and it's what everybody follows. But as you said, it's basically the euro. It's 57% the euro. And the euro has had a good year against the dollar, but even the overall narrative misses a lot of context. A lot of context is the dollar had a major spike at the end of last year and the early part of this year. So the base comparison's off to begin with. The dollar isn't crashing. It isn't even actually going lower. The dollar is down from extreme levels earlier this year. What is the dollar actually? You mentioned a couple of factors. Everybody mentions interest rate differentials, Fed policy. Those don't actually matter. They matter in certain situations like the U.S. dollar versus the Canadian dollar. But you look at, say, for example, the Japanese yen versus the U.S. dollar. The Bank of Japan is raising rates. JGB yields are going up. At the same time, U.S. rates are going down, and the yen is weakening. The yen is weakening by a lot. And there are actually a lot of currencies around the world that are actually weakening by a lot against the U.S. dollar. What does that actually mean? What does the U.S. dollar actually tell us? It's not about interest rate differentials. It's about monetary flows. The U.S. dollar is a global financial bellwether. It tells us when conditions in the monetary system globally are either good and improving or going in the wrong direction. When the dollar goes up, not a good sign. That means that money is becoming tighter, flows are being constrained and restricted. The dollar surged earlier in 2025. Looking at like market prices, we you had
Why did I get the feeling that this switched up?
these being was the dollar inflation was spiking. So the dollar was going up as we got extreme monetary.
Is that the sound of a corpse?
Now things calmed down on people. So back off. It was crashing.
They never learn, do they?
Paradigm shift. This narrative was telling that was the dollar was coming back down to inflationary extreme. And then it settled down. Against most currencies, it's actually been moving higher. With little exception. Most major currencies, the dollar's actually moving higher. Which again is not a good sign. It means financing conditions are favorable. So there's a lot of misconceptions about what the dollar is actually signaling. As far as
nigga.
There's this whole economics narrative of cheaper currency and make sure exports are cheaper and stuff. That doesn't actually happen. We see the dollar go up. It usually means that demand is weak overseas to begin. So even if it's cheaper to sell stuff overseas, when the dollar goes down, anyway, it means that global economic circumstances are very broad terms. Less than the worse. So there's a lot of misconceptions.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think a lot of it is like the fact that we're like an international economic contraction. That's a lot of it. Like Europe has been raising their rates up, cutting our rates on cutting our rates, and I think a lot of it goes back to the fact that like I don't think that like a real market basis or like I feel like a bloody target. We have foreign governors from the price of money, the influence, the economy.
Looks to me.
Conditions impacting the price of money as we have.
Oh, you bitch!
Until that changes, I don't think that we're going to get like a real change. That's not it. You're really tracing on talks back to the fact that like the price of money is the most important thing in the economy, and right now it's a socialist distribution. The price of money is determined. I think that's the problem. Everything. It's a question. No. So,
God damn it.
Okay, Sarah.
I have another insight. That specter's looking for a body.
Because the dollar is used as a secure.
Why do I get the feeling that we're
here, as Jeff said, global bellwether. A stable dollar stabilizes markets. It's good for consumers. Most consumers are importing our stuff and things that are importing.
Shut on my back, bro.
Stable dollar is good. There's no accuracy. It's a simple job. Low interest rates. It does make the dollar relatively less attractive as an investable because the U.S. government is going to because, by the way, you have to remember.
Oh shit! What?
The U.S. 60% is bought by our states, if I'm correct. Bought by the individual municipalities and states that have. It's like Florida has excess money. They pay T-bills at that rate, and so I think the headline, "Oh, the dollar is going to drop." What Jeff said is very important. It's like, was it bad when the headline said inflation is dropping from 8% down to 4%? No, that was actually good news, and it meant that inflation was getting back to historically controllable levels. That's what happened with the dollar. So in many ways, this is a big headline. Oh, the dollar is dropping, dollar is tanking. And who's talking about that?
I'm gonna whoop his ass this time.
Right? The economic experts and the chicken littles of the Daily Mail.
Flesh, I summon you.
Pictures.
That corpse is taken in.
Big problem.
I think you could take on a ghost.
When the markets went wrong, now everything's going
We said they were making right? The president is ruining the dollar. We need to get rid of it because the treasury market is blowing up because Trump is doing this. They got to separate the politics.
They like sensationalist headlines. Yeah. Like one day the hurricane in Jamaica, 15 feet today. Our tornadoes in the surge from the hurricane. It's literally the speed.
Yeah. Well, that's good because
I'm right here. I can help.
Damage and pain. But can I add one more thing? Sure. The reason why this is a big issue, the reason I can get it, there's hysteria.
Oh shit! Oh, what?
You hear all the time, is the world going to ditch the dollar? If they do, what is that going to mean for me? Because if the dollar is ditched, which by the way it needs to be, it's not just a thing about flipping one currency to another. Yeah, the dollar system, the Eurodollar system needs to be replaced. It absolutely needs to be something else, hopefully a private currency. That's way down.
Oh my God, this dude! Why do they have him on PPD?
Reserve currency
You
is
don't.
what it needs to do. And understanding what reserve currency needs to do, what it is, you understand why the dollar sticks around as long as it has. It's not going to be replaced tomorrow. And it can't be replaced tomorrow. No matter how much many other people might want to try, it is not happening. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Because a reserve currency has to do tremendous amounts of things. And the way that it actually takes place is, it would be like, the analogy I always use is, say you want to build a new internet that's better and faster, but you have to do it from scratch. You have to put in new wires, new hardware, new software, you have to do everything from scratch. That is replacing the internet. You have to rebuild the internet. It is literally impossible.
And one thing on that too, the unfortunate thing about reserve currency is like it's literally designed for you to abuse the hell out of it. Like the thing called Triven's dilemma, it's like you basically are supplying the rest of the world with adequate money so that they could interact with the global economy. So like it's set up to fail within 11 years very much.
Well, that's where the Eurodollar came from, the salt Triven's thing.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, this just went to a whole different direction, but I want to stay on the topic with getting the 8 more stories here. God will. Okay, let's get to the next one. Venezuela. President Trump comes out and says that the U.S., Rob, you have this story? I think you got a video on this one as well, if I'm not mistaken. President Trump comes out and says Venezuela to give up 50 million barrels of oil to the U.S. I am pleased to announce that
You guys are late.
Venezuela will be turning
You guys are late news. I got that out yesterday.
U.S. This oil will be sold at its market price, and the money will be controlled by me as the President of the United States of America to ensure it is used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the U.S. I asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to execute this plan immediately. It will be taken by storage ships and brought directly to unloading docks in the U.S. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That's an interesting guy. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We just got 50 million barrels, folks. And Trump in a social media post, it will take, the U.S. crude oil crude futures fell 1.3% to 56.39 per barrel on the heels of Trump's announcement. The announcement came 3 days after the U.S. captured Maduro. Wall Street Journal reported Tuesday that Trump plans to meet with representatives from the major oil companies, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, ExxonMobil, along with other domestic producers at the White House on Friday to discuss making significant investments in Venezuela oil sector. Now watch this. Here's what's interesting. While this is going on, China's like, wait a minute, that's ours. It's not yours. Here's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from China giving their message. Go ahead. Reclaim the wild. Your army is assembled now. Lead them to glory.
Lost land archaeology around here, 3,000. We just uncovered legendary frozen civilization beneath the ice. Records show temperatures stay below -8 degrees Fahrenheit, forcing many the middle of its rich numbers. Found extensive remains from known extracting sites, storage systems, rescue lighthouses, and research glass. Fully reconstruct this frozen chapter of history. Use whiteout survival simulation. So expansion of the archaeologists that they have. If you want to experience the frozen era, download Whiteout Survival instead.
Played out survival. Play free now.
Alright, I'm back. Short little intermission. Let's see what this little Chinese dude talking about.
States free new resources for use in all states of Venezuela has demanded that America First be applied when Venezuela disposes of its own oil resources.
America first, yes.
Bullying, a serious violation of international law and a grave
My
infringement
voice commands you! Unveil!
so severely undermines the rights of Venezuelan people. It's
Just wish I would have
to stress that religious freedoms in China and other countries in Venezuela are protected.
I think I heard the sound
The
of a
United
gun.
States has lobbied globally for sanctions on Venezuela, step has recently raised by against Venezuela, dealing a severe blow to the country's economic and social order, and also threatening the stability of global production
Oh,
and supply
shit.
chains.
I'm
China has already
turned
issued
around.
Venezuela, cooperation between foreign states and protect the rights of
Bro, I'm whooping your ass. I'm tired of you.
First of all, where's she from? She was from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In fact, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was Eric's as well. Second, here's something fun facts. Fun facts. Ready for the numbers? Screen. The total output right now during the Naples Venezuela is 600,000 barrels a day. That is the output right now. The nominal output,
Why do I get the feeling that we're
under
sitting
this
ducks?
over the last couple years, when they've got electricity shortages and all the things, the problems they have in their economy, was 8 to 9,000 barrels a day. The logical case for every pipeline and the port, there's a port Jose, and there's a second port. There's two main ports. It's only 7 million barrels per day.
Get
That
out
means
of
if
there.
everything was working perfectly right in Venezuela and the ports were operating at maximum efficiency, and the pipelines are part of this
Damn,
huge
doggy.
geography that's in
Keep
Venezuela.
shooting me.
We're all working. So what Trump is basically saying right now is somewhere between 600 and 900 barrels a day. For the next 90 days, if he wanted to, he could step on the Air Force to China and only send the oil here.
Make a run for it.
There's also something very interesting. Venezuelan oil, which you've heard people talk about light sweet crude and West WTI, Wisconsin,
Why do I get the feeling that we're
which is
sitting
the
ducks?
Caribbean Basin. There's all different types of oil, and just like there's different types of gasoline and aviation gas, guess what? Venezuelan oil is known as heavy crude.
Trouble's about.
Refineries handle heavy crude. And would you like to know where the most heavy crude refineries are? The answer is the United States Gulf Coast, particularly Houston area. The Gulf of America, Houston, Galveston, has the most
This isn't over yet.
to refine Venezuelan oil. Just like the U.S. oil makers.
Oh my god. I'm not replaying this shit if I die.
They could turn it into the big four: automobile gas, heating oil, aviation fuel, and then all the derivative products that come out of a barrel of plastics, plastic pipelines. So what's going on right now? There's only one U.S. and they're getting about 250 million barrels a day. So guess what? So it's going to have a meeting with Chevron. Are you going to put up more money for infrastructure? Because they want to get up to 2.5, 3 million barrels a day. That's going to take pipelines. It's also so the president is basically saying,
I feel something close.
China, so Trump's going to put a stop to it. So China is going to. That's the
Oh my God. You guys, I said this shit days ago, bro.
He wants to take it, but he wants to pay the people in Chevron to pay the people of Venezuela. He wants to get up to 2.5, 3 million barrels a day, but he wants the people of Venezuela to be paid for it. You know why that's good? Every time we try to rebuild a country, who pays for it? We do. We gave all those contracts to Halliburton when we were rebuilding the Middle East after the wars, right? Well, guess what? They came out of American taxpayers. Well, now this is, hey, we have regime change, we have some government realignment, there's going to be some bumps in the road. This is all going to go there and move on. They have a country to get the money for their oil so they can rebuild themselves. Now, sure, there'll probably be a lot of American contractors down there who want to get paid to do it, but it'll be money that comes that way. And that is the story of Venezuela.
How much of this you think, I almost want to think about how much of Venezuela working happened with Maduro was singular, and how much of it was a process of sequencing because of the ties Venezuela could have for a moment to get access back to the Panama Canal. Because the Panama Canal, I feel this the right.
Oh shit.
Not a bad fellow to have around, you know.
Had your doubts, did you?
Don't get cocky. There's always more to learn. Key thing about a scourge?
A scourge builds itself body.
Right. A scourge will always build a new physical body. Very good. Top marks. Want another? On the nature of a ghost, perhaps? As I thought. Cocky. But maybe you've earned the right. I hope it's enough.
I would say the canal, because once you get the canal, the Chinese influence. So they needed the canal, and they also needed the metal in Venezuela, because that's how they get the oil. Perfect. So then China's the one that stopped the deal with Hutchinson, right? That's exactly what they told the guy who couldn't sell the shares. So they think this is their way of this whole Western Hemisphere, Venezuela. Here's what we're going to do to you. Go ahead. Now what do you want to do? So is he going to use this as a leverage for tariffs with China? Because I know they've set it up. They're like, no, we'll renegotiate the China stuff in 90 days or a year or whatever they kind of put it out. But do you think this is one way of getting the Panama? Like, if all of a sudden, because look what happened right there. Look at the date, and look at what happened with the percentage increases, chances going up. It went from 30 to 40%. What caused that? Venezuela. Why does the Venezuela event increase the channel? So there's some ties there between the two. What do you think, Jeff?
I think these are all related. I think these, Trump has this image among, certainly his detractors, he's some kind of buffoon, right? They are playing strategic chess here. Everything they're doing it's not like we're going to get Maduro because we want a regime change in Venezuela. They're getting Maduro because it's the most efficient use of resources, because it accomplishes 4 goals at once.
That's the first domino.
If you look at what they're trying to do, Iran plays in this too.
I think
How do you mess with the Chinese? Well, you get them distracted over the Middle East, and having worried about all the stuff that's taking place over there. Is Iran, which is an ally of China, are they solid enough? Are they going to be a solid Chinese ally in a couple months, maybe? And this goes back to why did the U.S. strike the Iranian nuclear facilities? Well, yes, more than one goal was accomplished in that strike. First of all, it set back the Iranian nuclear capacity, but also showed to the Iranian people that the Iranian military is toothless. They had Israeli planes and U.S. planes loitering over the country for, weeks on end?
Yep.
And they could do they were taking out Iranian leaders. It was sending a message. And it wasn't sending a message to just the Iranian people. It says, look, these leaders aren't as powerful as you think it is. It was a message to China. Look at what we can do. Venezuela is hyper strategic. And it's not just about Venezuela. Venezuela, as you said, the next step toward reasserting dominance. What I'm saying is I think the Trump administration doesn't act on simplistic impulse, rational emotion, as the character makes it. Yeah, it's not. You can see there's definitely strategic value.
So let me ask you, you're saying Western Hemisphere, it's a close hemisphere. Western Hemisphere, that's right.
the CIA, arms take over, and then there was that led to being evil. So I think if it's done correctly, it can be a beautiful thing. You can kind of get that communist virus out of South America because the whole communist spread across South America started with Cuba and then went over to Venezuela and now it's gone over to Colombia. So we can start like extracting that across here. South America is a big thing too. Shadow Russian submarine sanctioned tankers in the Caribbean and Guam. U.S. Coast Guard efforts to coordinate the seizure effort was first reported on Reuters with the commence of the Trump administration has seen the vessel for violating the sanctioned blockade of sanctioned and illicit Venezuelan oil remains in full effect.
Trying to beat this game. I don't think I'm gonna beat it no time soon. Back to what I was doing. There you go.
On January 1st, we start the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 40. You in?
Gotta
So
make
this is
me
how I
some
became...
more green tea. Give me a
Blockade of
second.
sanctioned tankers in the Caribbean and rebuffed. U.S. Coast Guard efforts to board it. The seizure effort was first reported by Reuters. It was on X. Military European Command says that Trump administration has seized the vessel for violating U.S. sanctions. The blockade of sanctioned and illicit Venezuelan oil remains in full effect anywhere in the world. The U.S. official who were speaking on the condition of anonymity said Wednesday operational near Iceland was being carried out by U.S. Coast Guard, and U.S. military Coast Guard did not immediately respond to the request of a comment. Go a little bit lower to see if the Russians have said anything about it. There's no immediate comment from Russia as well. Interesting. Tom, your thoughts on this?
Well, first of all, my favorite line of the whole article there was being shadowed by a Russian submarine. In other words, we knew that, or we figured that out. And I think it goes to the technology advantage that we had when we went in and got Maduro. Remember, we didn't lose any equipment, we didn't lose any guys, we didn't have like a massive firefight on the ground that somehow involved civilians accidentally. We went in, we closed our eyes, in and out. And now they're saying, well, it was being shadowed by a submarine. Wait, they know we're here?
Can you see if there's an image of it, Rob? Can you see if there's an image of the submarine, Russia, Venezuela?
I thought I saw one.
I thought I saw one on X as well.
Yeah.
If you type in submarine, oil, Venezuela, shadow, submarine, yeah.
I mean, it might have been a stock photo.
It could have been. I mean, nowadays anything is.
AI.
See if there's anything there with the submarine. No. Is there? No.
Because if it was never really seen, but we knew it was there, then we leaked to the media to tell Putin, dude, we know you're following us.
Again, that's the point, right? I mean, the reason why they took this tanker is actually about India. This is really about India.
What's that right there? Let me read the top what it said. Russia dispatched a nuclear submarine to escort a tanker attempted to reach Venezuela. The tanker was already harassed by U.S. Coast Guard. Moscow is moving to guarantee its safe passage through the Atlantic in recent U.S. piracy. And who's saying that? Is that the submarine?
All the stuff I've seen has not said that it is the sub. Yeah. I've not seen. If it's out there, I'd love to see it, but I didn't see anything that talks about, oh, here's the picture of them both pulling over for lunch.
I thought I saw something, but it could have been AI that is saying. Jeff, where are you at with this?
I think this is about India. Again, multiple goals here. They seize the tanker, say you're violating sanctions, we're going to enforce sanctions. Who is the biggest buyer of Russian oil right now?
India.
So they're saying, look, you guys are continuing to buy sanctioned Russian oil, and there is a ton of it floating around the world right now. There is a massive amount of seaborne oil at sea inventories. And so what they're saying to India is, look, we've tolerated it, we've let it happen, we've talked about it, we've given you warnings, now we're actually going to act on it.
Rob, what's this?
This is President Trump aboard Air Force One, where he talked about sanctions against India for purchasing Russian oil.
Go for it.
He wanted to make me happy, basically. He wanted to. Moody's he's a good guy. He knew I was. It was important to make me do trade. We can raise tariffs on them very quickly. It would be.
People are afraid of that.
Is that Lindsay? Who is that?
Yes.
It is. He looks like he looks different from a profile. Like it doesn't look like himself. But there's a story here, Rob, if you want to go to from CNBC. India's state-owned refiners keep buying Russian oil even as New Delhi seeks U.S. tariff relief. So let me get this straight. You're coming to ask for relief, yet you're still buying. If you want to go to that story, Rob, state-owned refiners in India are still buying Russian oil. The U.S. imposed a secondary 25% tariff on Indian goods in August, citing New Delhi's continued imports of Russian crude. Washington also sanctioned Russian oil companies Lukoil and Rosneft in late November. On Sunday, Lindsey Graham claimed that India's U.S. Ambassador Vinay Mohan Katara had asked him to urge President Trump to lift these tariffs, arguing the New Delhi has reduced its purchase of Russian oil, while India's overall demand for Russian oil, crude oil fell in December. Analysts say the decline was largely driven by producers buying from Mukesh Ambani-owned Reliance Industries, which had been a major importer before the U.S. sanctions on crude oil and Rosneft took effect in late November. So do you have a video on this, Rob?
I do. It's just the president again talking about.
Is it the same thing?
It's a different speech, but he just talks about Modi and the Apache helicopters that India purchased from him.
But he's not talking about oil.
No.
Okay, Brandon, your thoughts on this?
Yes, think about what can be done here. So Russia, and when you talk about going after the core, the nucleus of somebody's power, like 30 to 40% of Russia's GDP comes from selling oil. So it's already hurting them that oil's down from $70 or $80 a barrel to like 56 now, which I almost think the market was anticipating this takeover of Venezuela with what oil prices have been doing. So what can be done now, where India buys like 30% of they represent like 30% of Russia's oil buyer. So now could we start selling Venezuela's oil to India to offset that if we want them to stop buying Russia's oil?
Correct.
If we chop away at Russia's oil demand, then that decimates them. Their GDP is already going down because of the lower price in oil and the lack of buying pressure from the country. Because it's really just China and India that buys Russian oil, and Iran a little bit. But if Iran falls, if we have Venezuela's oil, then really we have the biggest oil producing countries in the world, like at our mercy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what this is. Let me tell you this. This is the vision I'm headed to. And I'm really curious in how it's going to be. I think he is fully suffocating.
Yeah.
I think he is fully suffocating Putin to the point where if you ever gone into a fight and the guy is choking you and you're willing to do anything and everything to get out of it, or else you're going to pass out.
Yeah.
Well, duh.
Dumb and reckless.
Mm-hmm.
What's Putin's next move? Actually think about it.
Another submarine?
No, but really, what do you do next? So let me get this straight.
Sign the peace deal.
Okay, all right. So you're putting sanctions on, EU and whatever. I'll do business with India. No, you can't. All right, Iran, keep sending me drones so I can attack Ukraine. No, decimate Iran so they can't. So now I can't buy drones from Iran to attack Ukraine. No. Okay, so let me go to China. China can't get the oil from Venezuela now. So now he is so cornered right now in such a way that he's probably sitting there saying, and it's President Biden.
But you notice how he's doing it very slowly, mentally. It's almost like, just tightening the noose a little bit at a time.
Yeah.
Because you don't really realize.
Great sequencing.
This is locked from the inside.
Here's a question.
Well, I think that's the whole submarine story.
But Jeff, here's a question. I'll come to you here. Do you think he's aggressive? Like, what's more important? Do you think he would allow all of this stuff to happen and get behind Putin and support him to open up business again if Putin flat out just comes out and gets it over with Zelensky? Yeah. Do you think that would put a stop to all of this?
Sign the paper.
I think that's the two halves.
I've been saying it.
Right? The carrot has always been stop the war in Ukraine and join us and let's do a lot of business. Let's go buy all your oil again. The stick is we're going to slowly strangle you and there's nothing you can do about it.
How much worse does it get than this? I mean, of course, there's different levels of worse, but Putin can't breathe right now.
I think the goal here is for Putin, what he really cares about is remaining as president of Russia. So if Trump can undermine his power base, he ends up like Maduro.
I mean, what else is he doing right now?
Yeah, no, I just think it still goes down to who's going to break first and kind of comply with us more first between Russia and China, because we need one of them to be more friendly with us than they are. We need one of them to turn against the other, and ideally it'd be probably better and easier to get Russia to turn against China with us.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do something very reckless right now. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if China all of a sudden does something to Taiwan. I wouldn't be surprised.
That's what Berg said.
Who said that?
Michael Berg. He said, watch, we just had Preston for a playbook for what China can do to Taiwan.
I think if he said that, I wouldn't be surprised if that. Can I read that? He said that? It says markets are misinterpreted Venezuela. Is that part of the article?
Yeah, it's the one that we were going to do.
Okay, so let's go to it. Let's go to that story. What page is that?
Last paragraph.
That's a summary statement at the end.
What page is that on? I want to go to that story.
Michael Burry is page 7.
7. Okay, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so Big Short Michael Burry says markets are missing a trick as the Venezuelan rate just changed the. Okay, and to me, it's not even the Venezuelan game. Well, it's kind of
geopolitics.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Michael Burry says U.S. honorary to Venezuela is much bigger than the markets here. The Big Short investor said, who recently pivoted from running a hedge fund to writing on Substack, publishing a post nearly early Monday saying the game just changed in the mid to long term, and markets are not pricing in all that they may of this weekend's events. This is a paradigm shift despite the markets yawning. He later wrote on X, benchmark oil prices climbed less than 1% on Monday, and U.S. took the futures higher after the U.S. captured President Nicolas Maduro over the weekend and President Trump. America run the oil-rich country. The seizure was a shot across China's
Try this on for size.
That corpse is gonna shoot.
You're done.
And decisive Tory said that China stock strike him as somewhat riskier now in terms of running afoul of sanctions. He wrote that Alibaba, Baidu, and other potential sanctions targets could be in for some volatility in China escalate. Yeah, I think something's going to happen. I think one of these big things could potentially happen because you are literally suffocating.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to what's more strategically important between Venezuela for us or Taiwan for China, I mean, to play Taiwan, it's more strategically important. Like, it'd be a bigger blow to the U.S. if China successfully took Taiwan than the fact that we took Venezuela.
Not gonna happen.
That was 75% of our semiconductors come from there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a bigger say if they were able to take it. I don't think they would be able to take it even if they used the full force of their military. Like, they're not capable of doing what we did just because of the way that Taiwan is set up. You know, we've done videos before in the past of like how harsh the conditions actually are for the Navy to go across and take it over. It's like a mountain in the middle of the ocean. So I don't think they'd be capable of that. And if they did try to do it, I think we would try to get close with Russia really quick and stop selling China oil. Like, China's extremely dependent on oil from other countries, so for that reason, I don't think they're just. I think they want to. I don't think they're capable of doing it though.
I think what he said, it's not about oil. At least in his one response, what he said was that through Belt and Road Initiative, China has lent billions of dollars all over the world.
Yep.
The Venezuela that was collateralized by Venezuelan oil, Trump just took their collateral, which means those loans are worthless.
Yep.
Because let's face it, Venezuela's not going to pay them back. China knew that when they extended the loans. That's what China does. It extends loans to countries that they know that they can't pay back, intending to either take the oil as the collateral
or the property.
Usually it's facilities, a railroad or a dam or some kind of money. What Trump said is, okay, I see your Belt and Road Initiative. I'm going to take the initiative and take the collateral forward, which makes that.
Do you hear that?
Over here.
Effort in Venezuela work. Again, it's a piece in the chessboard. It's pretty damn big.
Yeah, that
Did you see that?
Let's follow it.
Resource there. Trump or Xi?
Trump. What does Trump want? What does Trump want?
I think he realizes that this is Cold War II. Let's be honest. China is not a, what is it called, strategic. This is Cold War II. Why did they read that story?
Direct now.
Basically, the information. To say
More fun.
It's the execution of that strategic plan. We are in a Cold War. The worst fit to the Chinese system.
really 3D chess. It's not about
Try to find a way across. Up there.
That's sort of like a life benefit, right?
Right. They love, you know, I think that there's a part of Marco Rubio, and Marco Rubio is the guy whose desk this whole thing really sits on. This isn't the Department of Energy. This is sitting on Marco Rubio's desk on 3D chess, because it is the blow against Russia, it is the blow against China and their collateral, it's taking back the hemisphere, it is a blow.
I am lost without you.
The U.S. military.
Oh, she didn't jump.
You need to stop at some point. Here would be one.
You know, all the energy companies are going to get the oil. Wait a minute, only Chevron's in there entirely benefiting right now, and Trump's inviting everybody else. Would you like to invest in Venezuela?
Would you like to spend billions of dollars?
Right. And then pull the oil out. Why is this Venezuela? The phrase that we all want to look at here is very simple. On our terms. This is all related to the Cold War. He wants China to be a trading partner on our terms and not manipulating Venezuela. He wants Iran to be in this hemisphere on our terms. Is there something for them to trade on oil? There's a deal to be made if they'll do it on our terms and only go over here, not over here. And now he also has an impact on Russia, who is basically like the credit card in the middle of this. They're the transaction guy. Transactions will go through you. So when am I going to make any money? What's the point?
You got to ask me for permission.
And by the way, how important was it? They sent one of their own subs, the Shadow 1 tanker. We're not talking about a pipeline. We're not talking about...
That was a tanker, loosely.
Yeah, it's an old jalopy tanker. So this is all about the 3D chess game on our terms. And I think history's going to look back at us and see just how big the deal was. And I'm saying this is Trump and Rubio. One of amazing times, not just getting Maduro, but all the 6 months of and it is going to be tremendous.
This could be a good spot to cross.
Yeah. We could use some oil in the heater.
The putter needs to line up.
I agree with what you're saying about how we're going to look back. Yeah, you think about it.
The big if is if they can pull it off.
I think they could pull it off. They have so much leverage, right?
We have not yet seen Chinese and Russia retaliation. Not retaliation, but them realizing it's sort of like, do they know that Trump knows that they know that Trump knows?
Do you think?
Well, I think that's why Trump has had to establish these precedents.
Let me ask you a question. By nature, by DNA and nature, who do you think American leaders politically, Russian or Chinese?
Chinese.
So that second is who?
There's other Chinese.
That's right.
Chinese have been
away with you.
What's happened is they have vastly underestimated, first of all, his resolve, but also his strategic planning, as well as the ability to execute on his strategic plan. So I think the Chinese have yet to fully respond, to fully comprehend what's taking place.
Here you are. Good day. My name is Rebecca Hartgrave. How may I help you? Are you the one who's attracting the wolves? Wolves? What wolves? Who are you exactly? I'm Antea Duarte. This is Red McGrath. We're Banishers. Do you know what that means? Banishers? That means you can speak to the living on behalf of the dead.
That's part of it, yes. Why, do you have someone in mind?
Ferdinando Miller. My father. Death parted us, but my love is strong. I came back for him. I love him so. Not once has he come to see me. I must know why.
New Eden's a big place. Where can we find him?
We were on our way to Fort Jericho. We were to open a store together. It was to be a new beginning for us both. Together. Yet he's there, alone.
If you know where he is, why not just go there?
I've tried. At first I was able to visit him in the quiet as he slept. I'd watch over him. But now, something hinders me. I cannot reach him. I must know that he is well.
There's no delicate way to ask this, I'm afraid. How did you die?
We left civilization in New Eden town for the cold desert of Fort Jericho. The path was steep and rough, and we were greatly burdened. It was hell, but we walked through it together. As we walked, I fell into a daze. I remember little after that. A pain that grew, a great, uncontrollable tremor. Fatigue, a deathly fatigue. Fardy was at my side as ever. He held my hand, bade me sleep. When I opened my eyes, I was here, alone.
Lord, Lord.
How did you meet him?
'Twas market day. I'll never forget it. It was rich, exotic, an abundance of treasures from across the known world. I saw him through the crowd. Our eyes met. I didn't know it then, but I was meeting the love of my life. I could not admit it to myself, not at first, but I had to have him. And in the end, I did.
We have to go now.
Find him, please.
How many more people I gotta kill?
I'm right here, you know.
Have some of that.
Oh shit, I didn't even see that damn thing. I'm getting blind.
These boots are made from a single piece of premium American leather, tanned in Pennsylvania. They're built to last.
To me,
Back to the show.
if China is sitting there behind closed doors, seeing what's going on, my concern is with the amount of suffocation where you cause people to see how much control they've lost, they make desperate moves.
Yep.
Like COVID. And desperate moves could be massively retaliatory, and all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, what just happened?
Or if you want to be
What are you
positive,
thinking?
that's exactly what the Trump administration is
It's more of a feeling.
Why?
because then they could use
Something's
a desperate move on the part of China or Russia, whoever it is they think, as their next step. Now we're justified
Your
in taking it up.
senses are sharpening.
The Chinese did this.
She certainly didn't tell us everything.
What's up a notch?
I don't know. I mean, that's
Rubio, in terms of pressure.
Yeah, what's next?
Sorry, so putting enough pressure on Russia.
They're distracted with Venezuela. Let's get Taiwan now. Let's make a desperate move. Let's do a naval blockade. Let's do an economic super sanction. I mean, you see what I mean? Would China, now, do I think they put boots on the ground and go on to Taiwan? No. But would they maybe move 3 chess moves ahead, thinking that the rest of the world is distracted by Iran fall or not fall, and Venezuela and what we're doing, and Putin what he's doing? Would China take advantage
A
of
peaceful
that
place.
and make like
In
3
different
big
times.
chess moves?
Before the nightmare's influence, you mean?
what is the leverage
Let's reach the
Chinese have?
fort
What is it
and
they
a
have that
fire
they can use
will
as
warm you
leverage?
up.
There's really, I mean, but I think more of an economic thing. Rare earths.
Yeah, we're
So okay, you need rare
manufacturing.
earths for basically anything that has to do with modern electronics. So maybe they start restricting rare earths.
It's just the refinements of rare earths, though. Like, we just don't have the refining capacity. We have rare earths, it's just not refined.
It's not easy to get right. So I mean, so Trump is already sort of like ahead on that part, saying, okay, we're going to start building our capacity, so we're going to take away the Chinese leverage before they can even use it.
And their biggest asset is getting the discounted oil from Russia and Iran. So, if Iran suddenly falls and Russia has enough pressure on them to stop being so friendly with the oil they give to China, then China's really in a stranglehold where they stop getting the cheap Russian and Iranian oil. So that's like China's nucleus.
Something's
you get
nearby.
cheap oil from Iran and
Where
Russia.
is it?
Yeah, I mean, this is the other question as well. We'll talk about this on Monday. It's very obvious that Trump is relying on Marco a lot more than he's relying on JD to get things done.
Yep.
It seems as if the second most powerful person on his team is not Vance. It's Rubio.
Definitely Rubio.
Rubio's in more of these meetings.
Little Marco. Big Marco.
Leaders are now accustomed to who? Rubio to be doing that, which means they're kind of sitting there saying, we either want this guy in 2028 or we don't. But if Vance is not in those rooms building those relationships, and Rubio is, it may be Rubio's turn in 2028 and Vance's turn maybe in 2036.
You bring something interesting up. I was watching the weekend news shows, and Rubio wasn't out there like a proxy just giving the administration's talking point. He was processing points and responding to reports. Points. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Very different from the senator from Michigan. I support what the administration has said about this, and this, and I think he's doing a fine job, and I think you're full of crap. That's a proxy out doing the talking point. Rubio was going, no, you don't understand. A, B, C, this is how we're going to be. And he was really there the processing down, that impressed me.
Okay, let's go to the next story. Bill Ackman slams California tax wealth tax as expropriation of private property. Okay, is there a clip on this or is it a tweet?
It's a tweet.
Okay, let's go. Oh, we already talked about this. It's from December 29th. Why is the story on January 5th, though? Why is it showing December? The story is here. Let me see this. Boom, 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 boom. $1 billion, 5% tax, California. Yeah, we talked about that already. I thought it was a news story that he brought up. I'll skip that story. I'll skip that story because I thought it was we covered that one right there. We covered that one right there. There's only ones that have Americans. Which one's going to be BYD? That's the China. Boom. Okay, here we go. Homeownership rate in New York is the absolute lowest in the U.S. Think about it. Lowest in the U.S. New York? Yes. New York is the lowest in the U.S. When you look at this article, Rob, I don't know if there's a chart for the other ones because one of these is the highest, New York is the lowest, if we can pull that up. Homeownership, long viewed as a cornerstone of American economic security, remains stubbornly out of reach in New York State. By the end of 2024, the Empire State posted the lowest homeownership rate in the country, with just 51.3% of residents owning their homes. The report places New York at the bottom of the national ranking and highlights how sharply the state diverges from much of the rest of the country, where owning a home remains the norm rather than the exception. The study, conducted by Stage Properties Brokers, LLC, tracked quarterly ownership trends across 50 states throughout 2024 using the single most recent full-year available data. The ranking.
Name's Red McCraith. I'm obviously a banisher. Open the door there. I've business within.
Your business is, if you'll excuse my articulating the evidence, not my business. I have my orders. You can't come in.
I hear you, friend. What's your name?
My name's Andrew White. You seem a pleasant fellow. I like a Scot, me, but standing here, I'm on duty. And when I'm on duty, I'm not your friend. Listen, mate, folk in here have problems enough, and I can't be disobeying orders. Either priests or Pennington would have my guts, and I fancy neither.
Who is this priest? May I speak with him?
Him is a her. Helen Priest ain't here. She's on an excursion to the outpost, searching for supplies. Now, you want to lend a hand? Mrs. Priest and her party are overdue. You can't miss the outpost. It looks out across the valley. If you could find her, and make sure she doesn't die, you'd surely gain her favor. And favor, as they say, opens doors.
Get in a fight and find your boss and dig her out of whatever hole she's in. All right. I can do that.
They have Spectre troubles. Let's first clear the nearby nest to relieve the fort, then deal with the missing.
Heard any good scuttle lately?
The dead are coming, and you want to gossip. I admire your
I want the gossip.
That's the Lord's truth, but now, sir, is not the time.
How holds the fort?
How holds the fort? Precariously, that's how. Our strength dwindles, and we'll soon run out of powder. Priest took Williams and that other fella, and off they went, scavenging for supplies. They've not yet returned.
It's dangerous out there. The scavenger may easily become the carrion.
I'm taking nap.
Right. I'll likely be back.
Find our friends, Banisher. Or put them to rest.
I'll try. As soon as I take care of the Spectre's nest, I'll go looking for the outpost.
Damn, I gotta fight in this,
Death
bro?
knocks at their gates. No wonder they won't open.
They don't have a choice. Another attack may overrun them.
The nest might be near. There's a trail to follow in the snow. More coming.
Come and get your breakfast, boys. Spectres. The fort will run out of powder.
These pests don't spring from nowhere. Think you could take on a ghost? It's coming for you. That's the place. Fill in the hole. Bury them all.
That should buy the fort a little time.
Let's hope it's not too late for the famous Mrs. Priest.
Please. Oh, man.
The rankings were determined by the state share of each state's population that owned a home before quarter year, capturing not only where the state ended the year, but also how ownership's level.
No entry till Helen Priest returns. Take it up with her direct. She's off up the mountain looking for supplies.
Renter-heavy market dominated by high prices, limited inventory, and dense urban housing stock, particularly in New York City. Who was at the top? Does it show you who was at the top? Or
no, I can only find a chart that was from 2022.
Why does this story?
Malice has been bound to this.
New York was already difficult for people to actually own a house. And what's interesting, in blue states where the property tax is higher, people forget that there's hidden costs of ownership. People see right to that. And that is the property tax that you have to pay. Actually, it's a property tax bill. It's usually due by January 20th or something. And that is based on the price of the house. So if the house is more expensive, not only do you need a bigger down payment, not only do you need a bigger mortgage, now you're paying more property tax, and because the value of the house is up, now the insurance is more to insure that house if you have to rebuild it because of fire or loss or storm, whatever it is. And so blue states where have all those headwinds, it all adds up to being much more difficult to actually own a home. And that's what we're seeing in the bluest of blue states, which is California, but it used to be New York, but they're right there at the top too. Now it's difficult. So what do I make of it? It's failed economic policy. But also take a look at all the blue states when it comes to electricity per kilowatt. That chart yesterday that was talking about that. The blue states were doing that too. So now it's also the bigger your house is, the more expensive the electricity is, the more expensive to run the heaters and the air conditioners. And so I think this shows that when you have more reasonable governors that are trying to set the stage to help people own homes, it starts with moderated enough supply so that the price is in line, and then property taxes that are reasonable, and both of those things can contribute to insurance being more reasonable. This basically takes it away from being just a verbal headline, being a fact-based, allegation here, where the evidence backs it up. It is more expensive in a state to own a home, and fewer people are right to show all the blue to the left, all the red to the right. Yeah.
As I'm going closer to this list, here's what I noticed. The lowest is New York, then it's Massachusetts, then it's Rhode Island, then Hawaii, California, Nevada, Connecticut, Alaska, Jersey, Now, the highest, which is around 81%. West Virginia is the highest. Then Mississippi, Delaware, Florida, Ish, Maine, New Hampshire, Idaho, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Florida has 15 state for highest ownership, 69.45%. West Virginia is 80%. New York is 50%, 51% when you look at that list. So Florida is still on that list for lifestyle over some of the other states. Jeff, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, the reason why West Virginia is because the value houses are much lower there, which is good and bad. But in New York, again, it reinforces the reason why we have now with Mayor of New York City. For most people, they believe that home ownership and just the basics of American life are just out of reach. And they have gotten further and further. You can have an argument about why that is and how to fix it. But as far as most people's perceptions, it reinforces those perceptions that something isn't right. And I would actually argue that New York is two stories rolled into one, because I grew up in upstate New York in the Rust Belt. So New York City is, as Tom said, highly dense, very expensive to live. So people who do have a job and are gainfully are still priced out of the marketplace. Versus upstate, which is an economic wasteland, people don't have a job and are priced out of the market because they have no income. They have basically state aid. So you have it doesn't matter where you are in New York or what it is. The end result is the same.
The question is, how much of the NFL team at West Virginia? You watch the West Virginia crush it. The beach in West Virginia is amazing. So is it lifestyle? Because what does New York have? Everything. What does California have? Everything. They got so many sports we can choose from. If you don't like the Lakers, go to the Clippers. If you don't like the Dodgers, go to the Yankees. If you don't like the Rams, go to 49ers. You can pick and choose. Yeah, they're on this ground.
Those are symbols of past prosperity, right? That's why they have past prosperity.
So, but then the question becomes for the individual that's watching this right now. If I'm 30 years old, guy asked me the question. He says, "Ben, here's where I'm at. I'm out of Toronto. Okay, I want to take my family out of Toronto. He's 35 years old. He says it's hard. My family ties, my in-laws, my parents. How do you overcome this challenge? My wife doesn't want to move, but I know the right thing to do is to leave because that's better for me long term. What do I do? It's going to be hard. But I think people are starting to ask the question, where should I spend my life raising my family, raising my kids in a safe place? I can keep the taxes, I can save more money, cost of living is going to be better. People are asking those types of questions. Brandon, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, since the time I turned 25 or 26, around when COVID happened, I was like dead set getting either to Texas or Florida, and I started in Texas, ended up here. But yeah, Fort Worth, lived there for a year. Yeah, I loved it. Really? Yeah, beautiful place. Yeah, like Florida more, but yeah, no, Texas and Florida both awesome.
Did you go to that Federal Reserve building in Fort Worth that the currencies? Did you see that tower?
I didn't go there. I'll circle back. But yeah, no, I mean, New York's a disaster because I think that a lot of these places like that have wealth concentrated where there's a big tax base, you get these Nazi swamp creatures who end up running for politics there. And there's decades and years of them, potentially maybe embezzling money or misallocating money, like where billions of dollars go disappearing. You just get the wrong type of people in the positions of power, and then it's just layers and layers and layers of bad policies. Like it takes too long to get building permits in New York. They do the rent control stuff. So % of the expensive apartments in New York are owned by foreign investors. So like there's just empty $1 billion buildings in New York that are $1 billion apartments in New York that are owned by Chinese internationals. So it's all kinds of toxic sludge that's piled up over the years in New York.
So are you saying you're not moving? Is that kind of?
No, I wish I could, but no, not the way it's run. Like back in the Robert Moses days, maybe that's when it was really humming, but not anymore.
Now there's a life cycle of states in the same way there's a life cycle of companies, right?
Yes.
It starts out, you do all the things that you need to do to become successful, then you get lazy, then you get corrupt, and it all falls apart.
Yeah.
And that with New York.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
By the way, Marco Rubio does long. Trump wants to buy it. And the question is, you can't find it on sale on Zillow or these other sites. But remember, what does that?
They're vexed now. It's close.
Doug, this is President Trump talking about the necessity of acquiring Greenland.
I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security.
Spectre nearby.
He's not going to be able
Big
to do
one.
it, I can tell you.
Oh, someone in that.
You know what Denmark did to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more
After the dogs, like, oh my God.
And the European Union needs us to have it, and they know.
Listen to that last line. The EU knows that it is strategic. They know that there's a gateway up there for Russian naval forces come through. They also know that it is that
Unveil
a
yourself.
base of operations for a fast response to the
Wrong
Northern Atlantic.
one.
And what you just heard there, that is the story behind the story. They'll have you believe that it's all rare earth.
Messed this up,
There's
didn't
a
I?
lot of rare earth stuff that's very valuable in Greenland that would help the West. All of the West, by the way, not just the USA. But he's saying there needs to be more security. Greenland is a strategic location. And the Dutch aren't going to get it done, and the EU knows it. So the EU may be posturing publicly.
That's not the ritual I'd have used.
That if Russia gets more out of hand following the resolution of Ukraine, which we hope is a short time, is that this is important. And you just heard it there at the very, very end of
You're sent back.
54,000 population. 54,000.
Man, the summons them.
No, I think that's it. I think it's 54,000. I think it's the same population.
Present yourself!
64,000.
Beasts have offspring.
The nightmare doesn't influence it. It's just a scourge.
So they're just negotiating. That's what they're doing. Can you pull up an overhead map? So you really have to appreciate where Greenland is actually. Understand what describes. Again, you have to think about this from the perspective of World War II. You see Greenland in there. Look at where Russia is. It's Greenland. It's basically, just from a military perspective, where the Russians have most of their military assets in the peninsula, whatever it's called. It's basically a straight line across the world. So what Trump says about a strategic location of Greenland is absolutely correct. And if you are thinking in that, that we are in Cold War II, that is essential. That is essential to the United States as Taiwan is to China. Because if you look at the strategic area of China, China is basically bottled in the Pacific by Taiwan. So you have all these strategic options. That's where it's
Get back up!
Possession incoming.
We're going to give everyone $1 billion. It costs $50 billion. Nothing for the U.S. We're going to give you $50 billion. We're going to give Greenland $50 billion. You guys the point I'm making, though, is that from the Trump administration's perspective, understanding Cold War II, Greenland is absolutely.
And by the way, Rob, can you put the map back up there? There's a area called Vermont. Take a look at Vermont. It's very close to the middle. This makes it very much. You see it right there? Just about there. Just a red line. There is where the Russian Navy Group's headquarters is. And that is the, look at the whole Russian Navy and prison. That's it. So Greenland gives you opportunity to monitor the global climate. Russia knows it. And then, by the way, Boca Raton, Florida.
Watch out! Expect a possession.
We have to give up some.
So it's going to be like Ukraine.
I'm right here.
First.
What's more likely to happen? Us getting happened. Us getting. I think the calendar is not a done deal, but I think there is an absolute.
This year is this thing.
That corpse is going to shoot.
I think step one, like we're gonna put assets in Greenland, make like a satellite release of this and stuff. So, and I think that what we're gonna do is we have to use force to do that. We'll do it in a simple way with the background.
I think they're just negotiating. It's this is what it is. I mean, it's just negotiating. But this is yes. Chief was
condescending remarks, even from our closest friends for a generation.
about wanting to take over another country and another people as if it was something you could buy. That has no place anywhere.
Except all the
We showed them the facts as we were, and it was nothing else. It was the outcome of it. Let there be no doubt. No matter what happens, we will stand firm on what is right and what is wrong.
I'm right here. I can help.
And so that's kind of the only way we're starting. And like with dogs, it's,
You don't even see it was fundamental though. When Godfather says, I'm going to make them an offer they can't refuse. That's where we're working.
but it's not to make this choice. It's a man. Trump administration freezes $10 billion in family aid to 5 states over farmers. CNBC story. I think that so the Trump administration is freezing $10 billion federal grants for certain child and family assistance programs in 5 states because of certain concerns of all states that are led by Democrats. The action applies to 3 programs and services. Checkpoint doesn't comes after a day of uncertainty Tim Walz has been widespread fraud. Social services programs in the United States, including the child care services, with a federal prosecutor has estimated $9 billion. Family support, child and family assistance programs deserve confidence that these resources are used long for their intended.
I think it's getting angry.
Secretary General Neil Gordy, $7.3 billion in TNF funds.
They brought more friends.
That Spectre's looking for a body.
Is this president from speaking on and so forth?
It's actually a little bit like that. It's if we're not going to pay them, we're not going to pay. We're not going to pay them.
Away with you.
Murders and 77 people shot. But 17 people. And then he comes along. We can't end it. We told that. And we'll go in at the appropriate time. What's the right down 50%? They didn't do that. Same thing we're going to do.
It's a what the protein details, which in potential fraud, investigation.
Call on me.
It's huge. We said, Mr. Chairman, seeing Governor Newsom getting his own nonpartisan state auditor, and how he shut down an audit because he didn't want the spotlight to be on the results of it. So he actually shut it down when Democrats were saying, hey, we're taking heat now. Why are you shutting this down? But what's going on here is, I love one of the phrases I love that was in the story was, this action by the U.S. government will deprive families of resources they need. Yes, you know what families? The Schumer family, who's trying to keep their dad's job, and they needed money from Minnesota on their thing. So maybe the Chuck Schumer family will suffer if this spigot gets turned off to Minnesota. Maybe the Ilhan Omar family will suffer as the backdoor skimming that they're allegedly doing it gets stopped. So I always love it when they all talk about that there's all these poor families are suddenly to get something. No, that's not true. They're not getting it now. It's not supporting their diet now. It's not supporting their lifestyle now. This money is slushing. The FBI watched a large restaurant that claimed that was feeding a bunch of school children. They watched the thing for weeks for how many people came out. And they put cameras up all around the place to basically say, here's a perfectly good example. It was getting millions of dollars in out there. So what the federal government is doing here is exactly what the taxpayer wants, Pat. The taxpayer wants, stop using my money for this crap. Stop it. This really pisses me off. There's two levels of justice, one for them and one for me. I mess up on my taxes by $50 and I get a $300 fine from the IRS. These guys steal it blind and nothing ever happens to them. There's two levels of justice here. And I want it stopped. If you're going to tax me more, do things to me, first stop this crap. And guess what? American people are going to be very, very pleased by this. Number one. And number two, we said that when you would see what's happening in California, it would be eye-watering numbers compared to Minnesota. That it would be nothing compared to what's there because of what they did and what they did on the Medicaid shortfall and how they took money from the feds on Medicaid, took money from the feds on placement services and destinations.
Oh, shit. That's it right there.
All kinds of checks from the federal government and from the Biden administration. And now it's all coming home to roost. People in California that were working with Gavin or even standing to the side, not throwing him under the bus, but they certainly are saying, well, we did have this audit that we kind of wanted because there were Democrat candidates there, Pat, that wanted to prove they weren't part of this or that. And so when the audit stops,
You
and
could
they
deal with
say,
this,
oh,
or you could deal with that.
that's what's going on. But this is just the beginning. I believe this is going to be $500 billion in California. I believe it's going to be $500 billion.
And flesh, I
yes,
summon you.
All you have to know,
The nightmare doesn't influence it. It's just a
Damn.
stage.
Hell.
5 years. All you have to do is add up the things. That's the magnet.
Already fucking up, dog.
My name reputation out. This is going to be $1 trillion over 5 past years, which is why Gavin Newsom is why the seats were happening the way they are. California is the motherlode compared to Minnesota, and the bagman that helped allegedly all.
I'm not going to stay down.
At the time, she did full support from the DNC and its structure.
I have three things. Along with what Tom's saying, and I think you're right, Tom, but would anybody be surprised? I think if they found $500 billion of fraud, nobody would be shocked. That's the first thing. Second thing is, and I think I speak for most people, arrests are getting. People are tired of just talking about it. Saying, investigate, start putting people in jail. Let's have some accountability. Let's stop talking about it, investigating. Let's bring some cases forward. Some big ones. We don't want to just know about the individual daycare center operator. Who is actually behind them? Who are the politicians who are getting the backdoor benefits? Because we know this is a machine. I help you get government money. You kick back some of that money to me when it's time for a campaign. The Democratic machine. It's exactly how it works. So most people want to see, this is great. Let's start getting these people in jail. Start having some convictions. Try to talk to them. Let's see some work. Which is why would this fraud really explode?
I have another insight.
Size, governments, government politicians, their eyes got huge. They had money flowing in every single way that they possibly could. So of course the first thing they thought about was the So the bigger the government gets, the more you should expect this kind of thing to take place. When the government exploded in 2020 and 2021, this is the necessary byproduct from it. Nobody's surprised by it. So the only way to correct it is to hold people accountable for what they've done. That was the other kind of linkage. You guys can steal all you want. We don't need to tell nobody this is a great retreat. So in order for this to happen, we need to actually have this is a 35%. If you're an you've been told your entire life, which we consider. So Trump is hidden And Gavin Newsom's the guy who's saying, I'm going to take my hit. I don't care what Gavin Newsom does. We let him get away with stealing the law and everything else. He's the guy who's taking that hit. That was the Democrats invented that car. So they would be able to, if I demonize Trump as Hitler, then Democrats will vote for me no matter what. Trump do, Republicans do it too.
Guess this.
It's, if I'm the guy who's coming after Trump, people you hear criticizing Trump the most calling him Hitler, because they know they have Trump's bag.
Is midterm still the same?
They never learn to do that.
It's still 7.74% midterms.
Watch out. Suspect position.
Okay. All right, so 77% is Democrats. Republicans keep on lower
Yeah, I mean, I think the only place that's more of a black hole for money that disappears and nowhere goes to the Ukraine, but California. But it's pretty close. It's a good analogy. That's how it was on California. Like, I hate wasting so much. It's really out there, and I've always been baffled why, like, our own federal government seems to be at a deficit for money every year where they have to borrow more money. Like, the biggest states in the country are always money before the year and have to ask more money. And then there's such a lack of results for it. Like, there's really not many projects in California and New York. There's homeless people. There's inadequate shelters for homeless people. There's inadequate health care, et cetera, et cetera. And so, I mean, I think it's the most interesting thing ever to, like, see the full picture of it's all connected. I wonder if it's possible to create some sort of AI that creates a web of how these things all attach together. Because it was just funny how it goes and get quiet after they start getting close to the dangerous things, like with Social Security and everything. Like, it's the biggest money pot in the entire human history. Think about it, like the U.S. federal budget, how much it actually supposed to go. I think we have no comprehension of how much money actually gets wasted and gets shimmied off.
Yeah. I mean,
there's more of
that Spectre's looking for a body.
Trump's doing a couple things. I mean, he's managing and one by one, here, we're going to take care of Newsom this way, we're going to take care of China this way, we're going to do this way, we're going to do Greenland, we're going to do resources this way, we're going to do Panama Canal this way. And while celebrating New Year's at home, and meanwhile parties, events, doing what he's doing, gotta respect the he's at this point.
Yep. How long you been here?
If you actually think about the amount of stuff that's been there, one president, it's a good I'm not saying I'm just asking about what's the biggest accomplishment aside from turns out
Getting closer.
So that will be
that stability.
Hell yeah. Holy fuck.
Bernie. Clinton was a Democrat.
What would you say about Bush?
He was kicking my ass for a minute, and then he fell in here and got stuck.
He responded to 9/11, but he spent a lot of money on a war that turns out did not turn up weapons of mass destruction, number one. And number two, he actually presided over an expansion of government that was kind of reckless. I think my history on George W. Bush is that he was, not as tight as he needed to be.
I feel a draft.
From the invisible.
So all I want to know, what's his victory?
You don't have a pure victory.
That's my point. So now watch this now. Stay with me.
Or a signature legislation.
Go to senior.
Oh, the fall of Soviet Union. He oversaw it.
Oversight. But it's not the Gulf War, right? Go to Reagan.
Oh, Reagan.
Tear down that wall.
He triggered through his tax and economic policies, and David Stockman, one of the biggest economic expansions, including job growth, job creation, and wealth creation for the American middle class. Reagan The Reagan Revolution was true. The Reagan economy was.
So that's one end.
Man, I want some damn chocolate. I'm fiending.
That's probably going to be the bigger one that the people are going to know. Economy people.
Chocolate.
Okay, go to Kennedy.
I guess I can make
Go to Carter.
some cocoa with some of that cacao powder and
Right? We're going to get coverage.
cacao powder with green tea.
Let these folks raise it 27%, and next year 35%.
You know about that.
Go to Trump if he's able to pull this up. You understand what I'm asking?
Becomes like Reagan. Trump has an international and an economic balance like Reagan did. Reagan had those two signature things. Reagan changed the world dynamic, and with freedom and democracy,
Dude,
and
what am I missing?
and presided over economic expansion. You know what? For the first, Trump could be known for both.
He's being as disruptive as JFK was. Like JFK was trying to mess with the Federal Reserve and mess with the CIA and everything. Like, he's poking around. And the reason I like what he's doing, he'll like mention it, then forget about it for a while, and then just do a shock and awe strike.
That's JFK created the Peace Corps.
So again, he's got a lot of stuff that's going on. If he's able to succeed in all of these.
That's how I stay young. I put them concoctions together.
For presidency, a case study that you look back and say, yeah, everyone's going to be compared to this. Yeah, can you imagine, like, the next guy's being a president? If he does one press conference every 6 months, like, every day we're talking to them.
J.D. Vance is kind of gone quiet. He doesn't want to follow that act.
But I think Rubio will. Go ahead, Tom.
I got one thing.
Sure.
Remember, we're also going to need to give Trump credit for what he prevented. It's not just what he did for policy and economy, but it's what he prevented from happening. Because had Kamala Harris been elected,
We'd be fucking done.
It is a very Anyways, let's go to the last story here. Iran on the brink as protesters moved to take two cities, appeal to Trump. Rob, if you want to go to that story first.
Yes, sir. I said that yesterday. It's Trump. Yo.
Iranians are asking for help from America. You'll see where I'm going with this. Iranians are asking for help from America and Trump. Iranians who live in Iran, who have Iranian license plates, like that one right there. You see the license plate on the back? That's an Iranian license plate. Play this clip here, Rob, if you could. Well, watch what they're doing. Okay.
Unclean spirit, be gone.
Trump. T-R-A-M. That's how you spell Trump.
Is it like way?
Yeah, President Trump way. Yeah, zoom in a little bit to see the way or avenue, what that says.
It's street.
Okay, street. There you go.
In Germany, they say Strasse, right?
Strasse, yes.
Strasse.
Yes. So they're doing that, and then in the interim, Rob, if you got
What's that? Hawkeye. What that be?
Watch this here. Is this the two cities, Rob?
This is Toronto.
Makes my health go up. My spirit goes down tremendously.
Like you've been there 20 times. I can't wait for you to say when we're doing a podcast in Tehran. Rob's going to call his wife, babe, we just finished the podcast in Tehran. Look at that.
Only thing that's good about it is it takes my health up.
Whatsoever. Khamenei is not in a place where, you know, his people are not living up. This is just Tehran, Iran.
Is that a fire there, like on a shop or something?
Yeah, all the way in the back, if you look closely. But Rob, the two cities, so there was on page 8. Oh, page 8. I keep looking at page
My
6.
gun got to upgrade too. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Iran on the brink. Okay, here we go. Iranian protesters issued a direct appeal to help from Donald Trump on Tuesday. Again, Iranian people appeal for help from Trump. The appeal shared on X showed a woman holding up a sign with words, Trump, a symbol of peace, don't let them kill us. On it, the woman's cry for help amid reports of at least 29 deaths. Apparently, the number right now is 36. Just about 2 hours ago, it was 36. Could be even higher right now. More than 1,200 arrests, according to human rights activist no agency HRANA. We also report an escalation in force by security units, including the use of pellet guns,
You hear that?
tear gas, and direct assaults on demonstrators. The National Council
I'm telling you, black people they are not like on international affairs. Now all over the world, people is begging for President Trump to help them.
Cities of Western Iran that have effectively taken over, and people are actually celebrating in the streets. They're chanting death to Khamenei despite everything the regime has done. The fear factor seems to have shifted because people have made the suppressive forces flee. Rob, which clip is this one here?
That's the city that you mentioned.
Up at 9.
Yep.
I feel something close.
This is up at 9.
What is it?
Okay. Celebrate. Okay. I was born in this era, the biggest revolution in the history of mankind in Iran. 9 million people, they say, revolted. 4 to 9 million people revolted. The numbers vary. Here's what Trump had to say. Trump said, he came out and said, if you do anything to Iran, I'm going to see what that page is on, Rob. Trump specifically told Iran, where's that story, Rob? I know it's somewhere
He
here.
told Iran if he hurt them people, he going in.
Anyways, he told Iran that if you do anything, I'm going to come out and take care of the people. You see that story? I just there it is. So if Iran shots and violent kills peaceful,
What? Bitcoin merge?
this is an older one, but there was another one that he said.
It's supposed to pop up to 126.
Trump warns Iran he will rescue protesters.
That's the one. What
yeah, page 3.
Page 3, Trump threatens that he will
Goodness, what's up?
protesters, Financial Times, if anything happens to them, which is
Have a good workout.
But then here's what happened.
Something's nearby.
Where is it?
He did 3 things, actually. He did an interview with Wall Street Journal, okay, where in the interview, he's asked, do you want intervention? Meaning, do you want America to intervene and to help you? In this interview, this is one of the comments he made that's confused a lot of Iranians. Now, obviously, the people that are that he can't do anything wrong in their eyes, they're not going to protest through this. But the logical, reasonable players who are looking at this saying, wait a minute, you're saying you don't need a single boot of your military on the ground in Iran? Yes, I don't need it. Iranians are saying, Trump, come help us. But you're not saying you don't need anything. No, we don't need any intervention. They're going to be able to do it all by themselves. Okay, no problem. So that's the role he's playing. That's what he thinks the strategy. And then he got back from vacation, I believe from Bahamas, and he posted a video. Rob, which clip is that?
This was the protesters in the street begging for Trump to prevent anything.
Can you play that, please?
Yep.
Go, Max, health. Yeah, here's what he said. He says, foreign intervention, such as operations in Venezuela, was asked. Reza Pahlavi emphasized that the regime must be carried out by Iranian people themselves with no need for foreign military intervention for special operations. The regime is in the weakest state, and the people are protesting to bring it to an end. So it doesn't need help. For 47 years, Iran, do you think the 1979 revolution happened without intervention? By the way, do you think your father became the king without any intervention? Do you think your father, let me say that again, your father, a man I support, do you think he became the leader of Iran without intervention? You don't think anybody got involved for Mossadegh to fall? You think Mossadegh was like, all of a sudden decided to step away and go live in a small little village? And I'm not a socialist. Mossadegh was a modern day Bernie Sanders. She would have been horrible for Iran. Your father was good for Iran, okay? My opinion, there's a lot of people that are saying certain things nowadays about your father. I thought it was great for Iran. But here's a message, which, by the way, I like that he's playing offense. Watch the message he just said here. I just don't understand some of the sequence saying. Here's the message that he just said.
Stop us, bastard! We highly kiss for you.
You are resisting.
Right, this on your size.
Increased affections of the Iranian people.
I'm not running in circles. I'm supposed to find this lady.
January 8th and 9th at 8 p.m. Wherever you are, whether in streets or even in your own home, I'll call you to begin chanting exactly what's on your heart. Based on your response, I will announce the next calls to action. Okay, so he's asking people to chant what they want. Do they want his return? Do they want him
Fuck,
to be there?
I'm way away
And then
from
I
where
think
I'm
he was on
supposed to
Hannity
be.
yesterday, Rob. I don't know if you have that clip or not. Right here. Is that the clip? Yeah, that's the clip. If you want to play that clip, go for it.
Look, in all these years, I've never seen an opportunity as we see today in Iran.
He's
The
right
Iranian
about
people
this. It's
are
the
more than
biggest
ever
opportunity
committed to bring an end to this regime, as the world has witnessed the last few days. The level of demonstrations unprecedented in Iran. Over 100 cities, millions of people on the street chanting death to the dictator and end to this regime. And by God, it is about time that Iran gets its
Once you've revealed
opportunity
the
to
roots,
free
I'll
itself
destroy
from a
them.
tyrannical regime.
So here's what I would say. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this very clearly. All the comments and stuff that comes up, listen, I have one priority. I want to see Iran be free. These Iranian people, these young men, young boys, young women that are in the streets protesting, making all the burden of families that their kids are out there doing what they're doing. No one's going through the tougher times like that. But Reza Pahlavi, you better close the deal this time. Because if you don't, you're done. You are done. I will, for the rest of my life, call you the jet. Which there's nothing wrong with that. He's a very nice man. But he's not George Bush. And he's definitely not George Bush Sr. And it's okay if you're Jeb Bush. You've done what you've done. You do very good interviews. You've done very good things over the years. But I hope you close the deal. I hope all this pressure, I hope the amount of frustration you and your people are getting from me drives the hell out of you to prove a point to say we don't go to this level. I hope you drive like that. Hope you. And I hope I'm wrong. By the way,
No roots. Just how I like it.
I'll be the first person to come out and say it, if I'm wrong. I'm not trying to be right or wrong here. I'm trying to see Iran to be free. I don't have anything in this here. I don't want nothing from you. I don't need any. You typically need money from other people. I don't need nothing from you. Nothing. I got so many messages from people that message me. Very, very well-known celebrities. Very, very well-known names. Saying, keep pushing because it's driving you. Don't worry about all the backlash you're getting and all the things that people are saying. You indirectly could become the enemy to drive him to get to work because you're the only one that's saying what millions of Iranians are thinking that have been waiting for 47 years, and he could play a very big role. I don't care what you do. I'm going to be on you like white on rice. Because to me, you're not my king. My president is Donald J. Trump. And your father was a king I respected that I was painting in my house. You're not Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. You're Reza Pahlavi. You're not a crown prince. And it's constitutional monarchy that you're trying to push, and now you're changing, flip-flopping. We need intervention. We don't need intervention. Just last year you said Israel should attack you. Now you're saying no. So how do you change your intervention philosophy? Stick to your freaking philosophy. What do you believe in? You know what it's almost like?
Incredible.
Here's what it's almost like.
An abandoned chest.
It's
Can't
almost
quite see
like
it from here, but I
one day,
think
no,
it
no,
has
let's
our
do
names
this.
on it.
And then he talks to 7 people. Oh, okay, you're right. No, let's do this. And he talks about, no, let's do this. No, what do you think as the leaders are right? Should they intervene or no? Have you called yet? Have you called the White House? I hope you have. I hope your team has. I hope they want to talk to you. I hope you want to talk to them. By the way, if Trump gives you a call, you are the luckiest man alive because your reputation is on the line. And this is going to be the closest chance you're ever going to get. Ever. Ever going to get. It's not going to get closer than this. So if you want to help the Iranian people, so all the reputation and rumors that people would say all you cared about is going to families and raising money, and the fact that you've never had a job in your life, you've never had a job in your life, your entire life. Every day, 3 o'clock games, chess and all this other stuff that you have based on the things I'm hearing from everybody, this is your chance. I will be the biggest supporter and fan if you pull this up. I'll go on Twitter, X, on YouTube telling you respect the man pulled it off. I'll be the one that'll say it everywhere. I'll be the one that says it. But I'm very comfortable calling you the Jeb Bush of your family. You. Very comfortable if you don't pull this off. I love seeing all this virality stuff that's happening with Iran. I love it. I love all the stuff that's happening right now. I hope you are working your ass off. Morning.
The pattern needs to line up.
I hope you're a diplomat calling people. Learn from Trump that he has a relationship with his friends, his allies, his enemies. He talks to everybody. He talks to everybody. And he moves on very quickly. Because that's what the Iranian people need. But something tells me you're kind of like, well, let me tell you who I am. Do you know who I am? You are. And all the people around you. They can't talk to you like that. You are the crown prince. You're not. You are currently Reza Pahlavi. If you close the deal, I will call you whatever it is. If you do. Till then, Alay Reza Pahlavi. Let's see your fight. I am so curious to see your fight. All the criticism and the shots that you're playing, I had no idea how disrespectful some of the people on your side.
Worst way to die. Frozen alive.
Threats on your
What's the
side.
best way?
I had no idea some of the people that were reaching out to me were some very interesting organizations that were reaching out to me. I didn't know that. But we're going to keep the nose here, the voice here, because my number one priority is not a son of a father who was a king, whose grandfather was a king, who shows up every time these types of things happen and gets eyeballs and disappears again, comes back up again. My number one priority is
I don't know how to do it.
But if you do pull it off, I will give you all the respect, the glory, whatever small respect and glory you can get from our audience and the people that we have. I have no problem being right or against you.
I think I can knock the stalactites down.
But not while I'm under it.
Very, very closely, and we're rooting for you. Because Iranian people deserve it. They've been waiting for 47 years. The thing that's always been said is 47 years. Do you know when you run for president, how many years it is? 4 years. 2 terms, 8 years. You campaigned for 18 years. You've been campaigning for 47 years. There may have never been any candidate in the history of mankind that's been running to be the leader of their country for 47 years and as disappointed as people are. You. But if you will win, salute. I'd be the first person to say it. You get all my respect if you pull it off. And I hope I'm wrong. But we will see. We are rooting for the Iranian people and anything the Iranian people. But at the same time, it has to come with a leader that's willing to do the right thing. I hope he does. And if President Trump calls you, pick up the call. If he doesn't, you call them. You go to them. Go knock on their doors. Hey, I'd like to be able to help. But let's see what happens next. God willing, he has a sequencing in place. And he's able to pull it off and help these guys. Okay, Rob, what story do we have left? Is there any other story that's left outside of this for us to go to? I think we did a lot of these on the addendum. Anything else I got here? No. Manufacturing, no. Anything that we have to hit? I don't think so. I think everything's going to hit.
I think that's a great wrap. The people, to finish up, starting this year, looking at people who just want freedom. They just want their country back. And they're crying out for synergists to come to the fore and to make that happen for them. And along the way, people are kind of screwing around. I'm glad to see, I'm proud of my president saying, these people are speaking, they want their country back, and I'm going to back them up. Don't slaughter these people. I love that by Trump.
Yeah, and that's called intervention. That's called intervention. That's called, if you mess with the Iranian people, America's not going to be happy. That's called intervention. So either you want that or you don't want that, because obviously Khamenei is not afraid of Reza Pahlavi's threats. You better not mess with my people. Khamenei's like, what the hell are you going to do?
Always picking carpet colors.
What the hell you
What the hell you gonna do?
His friend chats is,
Oh, shit.
Russia going to give him something so he can hide. He's gone. I mean, it's about to fall. I mean, I'm not saying absolute, but it sure looks like it's about to fall. And it looks like Russia's going to give him a place to stay, and that opens the door for the people to get leadership in a government to have their country.
Okay, gang, another great podcast. Wednesday, really enjoyed it. And Rob, what's the next one? Home Team Friday?
Yes, sir.
We'll be together Friday, guys. Again, Jeff Snyder, Euro Dollar University. If you like this, Euro Dollar University. and subscribe to his channel and support his work. Jeff, great to have you on again.
Nah, he wasn't good. He wasn't good. His analysis were not good. Ain't nobody live? The takeover scheduled for 2:30. My little busy bone, man. Why everybody fucking with my nigga Biz? Make me want to kick their asses. Kick their asses. What Joni talking about? Where's the main stem at? Oh, here it is. Shit, I can't see where it's at. Oh, here it is. Too slow. One, two, the third one, three. Try that. Not big. Still not big. Okay. I'm right there. Hello? No, where the fuck is the other one at? I see 4 routes. 1, 2, 3, 4 right there. Man. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 more again. Boom. Bitch! I'm missing one. I don't know where it's at.
They wanted that chest.
Aye, so do we. You aim for the heart. I'll destroy the roots. Still impressive.
Unlucky.
Aye. I hope I'm luckier.
It won't do.
Now the other one is over here. Here we go. I'm missing. I don't know where he's at. One. I see 3 here. But why ain't it dying like it's supposed to? So, what the fuck? I'm not leaving until I get this chest. I'm not fucking leaving! Bro, they playing with me. They playing with me. I don't like it. I see 3. 3 balls. So we got 1.
Oh, there, corrupted weeds.
One, 2, 3. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Smoking on rabbit packs. Oh, shit. Now, where's the last one at? It just slowed back up. I heard it. Yep. They about to get that smoke. I guess they get. I wonder, do they make a lot of money? Like, how much money do you really make from YouTube? Because based on all of my analysis, I don't think you get that much. G Money said $900 a month. I don't know. Oh shit! Found something. Off you go then. This motherfucker. Oh Lord, they trying to have me do some secret spy mission shit. Alright, I gotta go fast. Damn. No, bitch, no. Oh, it was so close. Damn. Run, boy, run. Run, boy, run.
The path is clear.
Got
The
it.
treasure is ours.
I ain't fucking leaving. Dang, already late. Come on, take over. Y'all gotta start being on time. Stop being on the nigga shit all the time. Bounty.
A useful acquisition.
Aye. Apart from the falling stalactite, it was fun acquiring it.
Dang. Bring my health down. Let's see. Yeah. Well, I'm over here waiting on the takeover. These dudes always late. I'm an unhappy customer. I don't like it. I'm currently a disgruntled subscriber due to your lack and inability to start the show on time. I don't need to chat GPT. I'm a certified chat GPT myself. Now this is crazy. When I find this lady, she gonna be right in the vicinity of the actual thing I was supposed to be doing. Freaking crazy. I ran all over here for nothing. God dang nothing. Besides that chest. Now. Now. High Estate. That's where I came from. Oh. That's where this came from. That ain't the way. That ain't the way. Show me the way. This damn compass broken.
No entry till Helen Priest returns. Take it up with her direct. She's off up the mountain looking for supplies. Okay, there's mountains both ways.
Oh, this bitch. Okay.
Stuck.
Looks like you're walking.
Looks like.
I wonder how many there are in the fort.
Fewer by the day, I'll wager. Still, better to be inside than out.
They never learn, do they? The mountain is awash with specters.
Did the foraging party really come this way?
That would explain why they haven't returned.
See that serene. Damn, that shit go all the way down. Six calls. Come on, take over. What the fuck, bro? Make me laugh. Okay, what's up here?
What is lurking here?
Time to work, Banisher. Wasn't I always?
Oh shit.
Help us, please. We have a survivor. Come.
I suppose we should follow.
Aye, he said survivor. Let's hurry.
And they all did. Which way though? Tell me where it goes. Ooh. E4O. Ugh. Tell me where to go. Ooh. This way?
This one's not been dead long.
Let's hope he stays that way.
We got action. Oh, they live now? All those fuckers.
Looks like they were taken by surprise.
Can you find a way around the locked door?
What is it?
Alright, I see what we're doing.
Oh, look at his posture.
Damn right, we locked in the mama just like a lot. Damn right, spastic. Go to the doctor and the chopper so loud. Singing just like, you broke your girl, she like your pop. He got that beef, I might pop. Pop like it, I can drop him. Yeah. Girl. Oh, shit.
What's all that? Trash. That shit trash.
Could this be what's drawn on the map?
Did we miss a few?
Get back up! Hurry! She's being overrun! Come on!
Bunga. Bunga. Trash is
According
full.
to the map, the treasure should be near.
Trash is full.
The treasure must be around here somewhere.
That's crazy. Take that dye out your hair and pull the dick out your ass. That's woo, terrible. Terrible.
Impressive.
Yeah, well, stressful. Their squad on some real shit. Damn, why I keep doing that stupid shit?
Go back to the hole from whence you crawled.
Loose booty ass nigga.
My boat is shot!
Behind you!
Fruitcake.
Reinforcements.
Watch out. Expect a possession.
Bastard.
Throwing tantrum. I'm fine. Stop fussing.
A timely arrival. You'll be Haskell's banishers. Thank you. Thank you both.
You can see me.
Clear as day, just as I can see. This is my husband. I am Helen Priest.
Antea Duarte. This is my partner, Red McGrath.
Tis rare that the living can see the lingering dead.
All I know is one day I woke after 7 long years of grief, and my Sebastian was back. It was as if my prayers had at last been answered. That was enough for me.
In times of danger, I am duty-bound to protect the woman I love. You understand?
"7 years. Why come back now?"
It did not feel like 7 years. Suddenly, I felt her pain calling to me.
Divine intervention or otherwise, All that matters is that my dear Sebastian is back. Now, when I need him most.
Andrew White sent us. He thought you might be in trouble. Plainly, you needed your guardian angel.
We needed more than one. Thanks to you, we'll resupply the camp. Matthews and Williams did not die in vain.
This was a risky expedition. But Helen had no choice. If the survivors were to rely on Pennington alone, the fort would have already fallen.
I suspect that's so. Sometimes difficult choices must be made. That's courage.
All the courage in the world will be worthless if those in command won't match it.
Pennington did this while monsters relentless besieged the fort. But make no mistake, these men's deaths are on the captain's conscience. If he has one.
How so?
7 years ago, a plague came to New Eden. Pennington quarantined the sick in the mines, walled them up. They were dark times. Hard times. None knew what the morrow would bring. We all lost much. Too much. As second in command, Sebastian volunteered to stay. Walled in with the others, he held out the longest. He died a hero. And now the Forsaken are rising. They demand revenge.
Who would blame them? I watched them die. Soldiers and miners, sick and hungry, begging for help they knew would never come.
Captain Pennington has much blood on his hands.
Pennington can't have taken his decision lightly. It must have been hard on all involved.
Is it harder, to your mind, to send someone to their death than it is to do the dying?
We should get back to the fort. We will escort you.
I'm afraid I locked us in when I broke the latch.
If there's a way out, we'll find it.
Impressive. Who banishes you like something?
That's all her. I'm just the help.
A banisher marched with my father's infantry. Good for morale, he said.
Soldiers usually carry their ghosts with them. War is good for our business.
I take it that's how you met. I know a soldier when I see him fight.
I never worked for the army, but something like that. We'll come back for you, my friend.
My sympathies.
You should stay with Helen if you want to enter the fort.
All of this for 2 miserable powder boxes. How low has Pennington brought us?
If you didn't like him, why did you follow him?
I followed his reputation, but he's no longer the same man.
What would you do in his place?
I'm doing it. He sits behind his walls waiting for them to fall, and I'm out here fighting to live. We're fighting for our lives. The captain is in the way.
These internal conflicts are a risk for the stability of the fort.
A necessary risk for the survival of all. But I agree. This must end. You may leave the crates. I'll send someone back for them.
Yeah, the path should be quiet. We cleared the area of the Spectre's nest.
Well, that's a relief. Follow me. White! Open the gates!
Priest! What are you lot waiting for? Open the gates!
Go talk to Pennington. Make him understand, if you can.
Where can I find him?
He hides in his office. You'll find him there.
Where are the others? Williams and the other chap?
Matthews. We were ambushed. They fell.
May God have mercy on their souls.
There's ammo in the elevator. Send Shepard and Abbott to bring it back.
You can't kill it.
say shit all the time, speaking on somebody's parents or somebody's kids or whatever. Just keep my goddamn mouth closed. I just think, that wasn't good, you know. I stay out of that shit to myself. Outside of YouTube, but it just seems like people want attention to all that shit that's
Captain Pennington.
No time, no way out, no hope, no way in. No time at all.
Captain Pennington, sir.
Mr. McRaith, you live.
There's work to be done.
Work? You had work. A mission. To bring one last glimmer of hope. To gladden our hearts before the pit takes us all.
You secretive bastards haven't helped.
The job is done. There's no more hope and little enough time. All that remains is the pit. Welcome to the last stand, McRaith. Welcome to the end.
I wouldn't surrender just yet, Captain. I found Helen Priest. We brought supplies.
A waste of effort on both accounts.
Hardly. We saved a life. Resupplied, you may save more.
For the sake of what? For the sake of days, a week perhaps? You've saved no one. You've prolonged the terror. The dead will come. Our throats will feel their bony fingers soon enough. The end is inevitable.
The people man the ramparts, ready to fight.
You sound like Priest. She has changed. Her return to Fort Jericho has made her impulsive, irrational, quarrelsome. I believe she did not fully grieve her husband's loss. Returning to the scene has, it seems, reopened the wound. It festers. She'll join the lieutenant soon enough. When our defences crumble at the last, the pit shall take us all.
How do things stand, Captain, as you see them?
Little has changed. The dead flood from the mines. We shoot them down and gain respite. Soon, the onslaught begins anew. The clock of our extinction ticks on towards the hour. We may no more defeat the dead than we may vanquish the ocean waves.
Folk have little enough hope, and you're leading them further into the darkness.
I've heard the whispers, the murmurs, the plotting from the shadows. We hold to the last. We resist, till retribution rises from the pit and drags us all to hell.
Well, that's something worth waiting for.
I fail to see the appeal of this slow agony.
How unfortunate. Because thanks to you and the time you bought us, the agony will be all the slower.
Fair to say your tactical retreat from New Eden Town has not served you.
The town was doomed to fall to the curse. We disagreed on everything. There was nothing left to do but leave. We did not know there'd be no escape. Millsmith gathered the board and the governor let the affair flock to him. We never agreed on anything in the first place.
I crossed paths with the new Smith party. Thick-Skin did not make it.
Shame. She had a proper head on her shoulders. Without her, the band will suffer.
The governor is no more. His son takes charge. They rebuild as best they can.
Little Lammy Haskell? Truly? Well, better him than his father. May the vacuous peacock rest in peace.
As the commanding officer, you must know all the local lumps and bumps.
The lumps and bumps can smooth themselves. I have other priorities.
Why did you come to New Eden, Captain? Why here?
Far from the many wars we fight, you mean? I'd shot enough Frenchmen and more than enough Indians.
Did no one come with you?
Keep to your business, son, not mine.
It's just, there's a portrait hanging on the wall. A family.
I had a wife and daughter once. I'll not entertain you with their story.
Tell me more about yourself and your career.
I did my duty and had the fortune to return alive. That's all. We who are intimate with war tell no tales.
I thought that too. I was wrong. Silence allowed my ghosts to prosper. 'Tis good to tell our stories.
If ever I do tell, I'll not be telling you, son.
Tell me more about yourself and your career.
I did my duty and had the fortune to return alive. That's all. We who are intimate with war tell no tales.
I thought that too. I was wrong. Silence allowed my ghosts to prosper. 'Tis good to tell our stories.
If ever I do tell, I'll not be telling you, son.
Permission to take my leave, Captain.
And if I refuse it?
Are you trying to recruit me, Captain? Do you really think I'd take the King's shilling?
If I were to offer enough shillings, I'm sure of it. I need no new lieutenants. But if you wish, you may stay. This key unlocks the unused watchtower. You'll bill it while you're here.
On the one hand, a captain beaten by the world. On the other, his rival, haunted and mutinous.
In a fort besieged by vengeful specters.
Helen worries me. Sebastian's return has lit a fuse.
How often, Abigail, must we have this fight? How often must we argue?
We shall argue until you hear me.
I hear you all too well. I hear a hoggish harridan, a narrow nag, a selfish shrew.
One of these days, I shall poison your soup.
And the day before, I'll take you to the highest cliff and push you off it.
Demonetized clown. Cause ain't nobody doing it but that motherfucker who you sitting there bumping. Now think about it. Now this is what Big Nan this shit. I'ma say what Big Nan's call your bitch ass Slim Lynch. Bitch, yeah. And she don't call you Slim Lynch cause you got no bitches, nigga. She call you that because you was the new member of the Bands of Thieves, punk. So she don't call you goddamn Slim Lynches because you a motherfucking element nigga or some shit like that. You fake ass wannabe used to be drug dealer. Nigga, you a nigga, ain't nothing about you, Slim with no M. Say that you was in the streets, nigga. Nothing. And that ain't a bad thing, clown. The bad thing is you trying to sit up there and keep on lying about the shit. Talking about you used to be in the streets. Boy, shut up. They used to be in no goddamn streets. But anyway, celebrating that you lost your monetization, clown, and then you said you got it back. I don't know. But think about it, Slim with no M. Why Outlaw Anthony didn't get no reused content? And that nigga play somebody video and go to sleep. Nigga Sazler was goddamn, he was proving a point to you, Slim. Whether you want to admit it or not, but keep on playing dumb, stupid ass napper. But that nigga was showing you. I said, when you took on that cap shit, I can see that. I can see his motherfucking ass now. Okay, I'm gonna get a reuse content. He's fucking with shit. I can hear that nigga now. So that nigga taught you a lesson, Slim. So why in the hell goddamn Coleslaw Anthony channel didn't get demonetized for reuse content? That nigga play somebody video, go to sleep, leave the shit playing, regular speed, all of that. But just so happens, Slim, you the only one on that side got hit with reuse content. Nigga, you know what it is. You know what time it is. You know that motherfucker sounds.
Storeroom. Locked. A store. Fernando's? Could be worse. Could be underground.
Banisters, may I have a word?
Helen, something wrong?
Apologies for disturbing your rest. I'm afraid it can't wait. What did you think of the captain?
I saw an officer alone. A proud man turned to stone, perhaps by years of war. I saw a broken man.
I did not see the tyrant you described.
Inaction is tyranny. He will not act, but nor will he get the hell out of the way.
I do not disagree, but the captain needs help.
I too was a soldier, broken and haunted. With Antea's help, I recovered. Pennington may need the same.
Leave Pennington to me. The good folk of the fort need your help.
Looking like the
You,
Great
Banishers,
Pumpkin.
The dead, you'll have noticed, hammer at the gates. I would like you to go into the mines and find out what enrages them so. I would like you to do what the captain will not.
And while we deal with the hordes of angry spectres, what shall you be doing?
When the mines are purged, I'll oust Pennington.
Oh shit.
Where do we go?
There is a second tunnel into the mines. The entryway was walled shut during the quarantine. Getting there will not be easy, but the barricade should fall without too much difficulty. After that, who knows?
Underground again. Wonderful.
If it soothes you, I too am taking a significant risk. The captain has a penchant for locking people up and leaving them to rot. Some years ago in New Eden Town, the captain locked up an innocent woman. A fate I wish to avoid.
Is it your belief that Pennington's quarantine lies at the heart of the problem here? That this is why the dead rage so?
What else? He walled them in. Miners, nurses, soldiers, the healthy or the sick. He buried them all, and then he lied about it. I'll brook his callous cowardice no more.
How goes it with Sebastian?
I'm not sure. I had never let go of my grief. I was bereft, empty. His absence gave me substance. I clung to it. Useless, really. My husband died in the dark with nothing but my handkerchief to soothe his last moments. Now, he's back. If each worthwhile thing in life is to be lived, and then when it is gone, to be grieved, then what now? I have to believe our love is enough.
Love is all. Grief can hang.
And yet I cannot hold him. I cannot feel his warmth. He is there, but he is not there. That hurts.
All things are fleeting. Gaze upon the ghost you love, and you can't deny it, bitter though the thought may be.
Yes, 'tis a blessing and a curse. Yet against all reason, we persist. Let us make the most of time remaining.
Much goes on around here, and you seem to know about all of it.
I try, and I could do something about it if the captain was out of the way.
What brought you to New Eden?
I came with Sebastian, willingly, mind you. My father was a soldier. I knew there'd be travel. Sebastian courted me for 3 years. I swore when we married I'd follow him to the end of the earth. And here we are.
Mister in the bushes.
Each other, bro. I don't even goddamn. That shit just ain't normal. That shit ain't normal. Goddamn tell me niggas don't know shit like that. They motherfucker is concerned. And then the Cicero already admitted, he said the only time they say they love each other, they get drinking. He said they've been drinking a lot lately. But I don't get it. They want to call motherfuckers over here gays. But this nigga, instead of my homeboy, is on his phone talking to Lucky, aka Cicero.
How's morale about the fort?
The fort has known better days. Not many, mind. It's always been miserable. Folk deserve better. They fought so hard and lost so much. The captain must show them a future.
Pennington the jailer. Do you speak of Deborah? What did he do?
I was away from New Eden town at the time. Rumours said she was a witch, I later heard. And so too did the captain. The court agreed. Who knows what urges drove the captain then? He is a secretive man, and always has been.
Hey, nigga, you cool with it. You up there like ain't shit going on, but you want to say something about me. Nigga, please.
We should go.
Then it's agreed. When you're ready, you'll investigate the mines. Take the hoist to the waterfall, near the outpost you first found me. From there, it is not far to the tunnel. Keep your wits and all your luck about you.